just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. You were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in.
Dreams collide in sleepless nights. Stars explode through blinding lights. Victories found in the fight. I'm on top, my soul ignites. Life's a game, we learn the rules. Twist and turn like misfit fools. Through the pain we break the chains. Find the win through loss and gains. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Castles built on hope's foundation. Rivers run with pure elation. Through the storm I'll find my way. Triumph shines like break of day. Tides may turn, but I remain steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings. Tides may turn, but I remain steady, strong, won't yield to pain. In the end, the truth will show. Strength and heart, the seeds we sow. I've got a heart that's never quitting. In this race, I'm always sprinting. Feel the power, victory sings. Born to conquer, spread my wings.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you here at Luxe Series Season 2 for our final game of this week. I believe it's definitely the upper finals. Maybe we have some more streams tomorrow, so make sure to stay tuned for that. But first off, me on the mic, my name is Cherry J, joined by Jesse EP to my digital right. A great game upon us. And Jesse, strong things coming in. Big teams to pull out. We saw a couple of these teams yesterday. Let's get the rundown straight on into the action.
Yes, sir. We have an upper finals today. Very exciting game. Employed versus Eternal. We got 10 amazing players coming in today. Absolutely good people. They're going to be frying it up on the server, and we have a best of 3. Super exciting for us to come in today. We have first map, Lotus. Absolutely great. Eternal map pick. Employed map pick. And then Sunset coming in as map 2, and if we get there on the decider, we will have Pearl coming up. Now, what I thought was very interesting is that Employed picked Lotus, but Eternal picked to be on the defender side, which I thought was very interesting considering Lotus is probably the most attack-sided map if you exclude Haven. But that's only my own personal opinion. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we can't take it too lightly. Lotus, obviously, when you are the team to pick it, you don't get that side choice. But it also means that if you are that team that didn't pick it, you don't have as much experience scrimming the map, playing the map maybe. So realistically, it would beg the question, are they not familiar with how they want to play it? Or are they just trying to get as many rounds on that defending half and then going into the attacking side with the confidence to know they are going to be able to get more rounds and possibly take the game back? Now, going on to Sunset, certainly an interesting map. It's new to the pool, and I really am excited to see what these teams do offer. Obviously, back in the day when Sunset was last in the map pool, we saw a lot of Raze, a lot of Neon. Both really prominent characters that I do expect to be seeing today, especially when you take into consideration that Cypher was really strong here. Obviously, with a couple of the nerfs to the terrain, it becomes a little bit less prevalent, meaning that Raze is no longer a necessity. However, assume that despite some of the trips and just kind of different sticky situations you can get into as a Cypher, you're not going to want to pull that out on a map like Sunset anymore. And more, you're going to want to go for something like a Vice or a Deadlock, which has recently become extremely prevalent in the meta. However, we're going to get straight on into game number 1, focusing on this Lotus, already locking in that Fade, locking in that Breach, and taking a Neon with it. Eternal Focus going for that double initiator composition and certainly looking to come out with a bang.
Yeah, absolutely brawly comp on the left here. I mean, on the right, we have that double duels, but on the left, I'm more interested in this double initiator utility, 2 flashes. We got the Neon Stun, Omen Paranoia, arguably the best flash in the game. We're going to see a lot of things coming off the bat from them, especially on the defender side. They've got good capabilities too. You know, we've seen, if you're a fan of VCT, we've seen Team Heretics run that Omen where he holds down one site all on his own and just TPs out when he needs to. But on the right side, man, we have an equally brawly comp. We have this ISO and Neon double duelist, 2 duelists that want to take individual fights, especially when you consider this Breach Omen utility. And they have the Vice to have some slowdown as well, which will be really good for the defender side considering the Sentinel nerfs. Now, the one thing that I do want to look at in this Lotus is that, you know, it got 3 sites, so how are they going to handle that on the defender side? But I think for the most part, these teams are looking to come out with a bang on the attacking side.
I'm really looking forward to this. We saw the Employed take this map 13-6 yesterday. Now it's Eternal Focus's time to step up to the bat. Can they get it a little bit easier, a little bit quicker, and possibly take the game away from their opponents who did take this map in their hands? This was their #1 pick. They were the ones that opted in for it, and they're running the same composition as they did yesterday. So if there was any VOD reviewing done from Eternal Focus's side, then maybe they'll know how they want to play into this. Maybe they'll figure out a way to shut down Jay Blurdy before they do come online heavily. But we know Jay Blurdy is a strong player. When it comes to being able to secure ones, they are the one to do it. And really, that's the player you got to look towards. Outside of that, Fronto Pronto as well, really good on the duelist. And we saw Fuzzy as well on the Sentinel playing the Cypher yesterday, getting a ton of good clutches. They're somebody we want to look out for as well. On the opposite side, not too familiar with some of these players. However, they have made it this far, so you really got to put some respect on their name.
Yeah, right off the bat, you see Employed wanting to take this A main space, A rubble. And at the end of the day, that's what Lotus is all about. Whoever can claim that space will be the victor of the majority of rounds. And already we have a huge brawl coming in. Pronto dashing in. Polar's going to take him down. But I mean, it's a brawl. We have many deaths from each side, 3 versus 3 remaining. And right now, it seems like Eternal Focus Knight have come out on top. And the Employed are looking to make a rotation. We do have some space into B with the Vice push all the way up, getting pinched by both the players. Hopping in the smoke, takes down Kizzy and has a lot of space. And right now, the Employed have all of the advantage on their side with a lot of map control. And the bomb is going down. And now Eternal Focus Knight have to make a retake, but they do get a pick.
Last player standing.
1 versus 1 now.
1v1 situation. Gonna be Eternal Focus to really have this time against the wall, needing to push up, and the Employee does have 1 remaining player lurking very aggressively. Gonna take the angle, but Polar shoots first. Employed takes the kill. That's a 3K from Polar to secure the round, and unfortunately, the Employed, they played a little bit too aggressively towards A, got caught off, and forcing a 2v2 situation really led to the Employed just able to capitalize so heavily. Eternal Focus Knight able to take this pistol, really good for them, especially when we come back to last night. We noted that the Employed were a significantly stronger team when it came to being able to convert pistol rounds. Now that that's no longer the case, and their 100% pistol round convert rate that we have seen in the past has diminished, it might be a little bit harder for them to take this game. Let's see if they can do it. They are going to be buying into this round a little bit heavily with 4 ghosts, or not ghosts, sorry, that's 4 sheriffs. And against some light shields and heavies, it is going to be difficult to find the kills, but definitely not impossible. They're playing this really well, just allowing Eternal Focus Knight to take this A main control, and they might be going straight on into the hands of Kizzy. If this doesn't work out for them, this judge could be volatile.
Yeah, we have a lot of people around the corner. Kizzy's gonna swing, takes down 2. Hoffy eventually gets the trade. That is a judge given over to the side of the employed, but still a 4 versus 3 with long range weapons like Phantoms and Bulldogs. At the end of the day, that's not a gun that is too bad giving up, considering the 4 versus 3. Eternal do have a lot of A rebel control with their Neon just jump spotting it. So right now, Eternal are going to be aware of this possible C hit. While it is smoke towards B, C is the most likely thing. And Kakper is on his lonesome with the ghost, so he wouldn't be able to hold anything off too well. But if he does go down, that's not going to be a gun in the enemy hands. But right now, Employed don't have that much map control, so I think that they're going to have a 3-person death ball into wherever they want to go, and it seems like that's what they will be doing. We do have
30 seconds left.
From Secret. We'll probably spot this out. And hopefully he doesn't give anything away. That's too easy. Does get the first.
Already setting up a trap, and we do see the paranoia as the shear goes down, but Afi able to bring this into a reasonable situation, not too far away. Sees able to limit the extra economy from Eternal Focus Knight, but at such a low HP. 4 seconds remaining. They still get another, but this could be really good for them. If they don't, oh, that's so tragic. Yep, Employed is going to lose a little bit of money on this last remaining player. Eternal Focus Knight's going to be able to capitalize on that with Casper unable to buy a Vandal. Or not Casper, sorry, that's going to be C's unable to buy a Vandal. And yeah, it's really good being able to limit your opponents to having those lives remaining when the round ends because of that extra money that they do lose out on. So the Employed, they're not going to really care about that. C's is going to be able to keep this judge in their hands. So we'll see if that does find any real value. Obviously, they're going to want to really put themselves in close range engagements, which is why it's weird that they're heading towards A, since this is a little bit of a difficult location to really close those corners.
Yeah, Season Hoffy really putting in the work last round to get those picks with the Sheriffs, making this round hopefully go in their favor, and right now they've gotten the opening pick. Ghoul is backside on his lonesome with the Sheriff. Will most likely be overwhelmed here. Avoids the paranoia. Could definitely be good for one if he finds the correct timing around this corner. Does find the headshot on the J Birdie. Does get stunned. Will most likely go down here. Almost gets the shot. Pronto getting traded out though. And 3 versus 2. Sees and Fuzzy putting in the work, and it is all onto Kizzy. Swings through the smoke, and he is not able to find anything. That was a very quick round. Employed cleaning it up nicely. While it was a little dicey in that 3-3, they were able to close it out in the end. Off the back of Season Hoffy putting in the work from the round before, getting the picks, so they didn't have that well weaponry. And for this round, we're most likely going to see another buy coming out from the Employed, but it seems like they might be saving a little bit. And I think, in my opinion, yeah, J Birdie should definitely be having a rifle in this round as the ISO with the shield, because if you're not taking those engagements with it, I don't know what you're doing, but we're going to have another battle for a Rebel here. Cool, he's so fast into this, and he takes down 1 already. Full blind on the Fuzzy, and it's an absolute slaughter. Eternal taking down 4. Jeez, I've seen him hit nice shots before with that Sheriff, but I don't know if he can take out 5 in this round, especially he's already been dinged up. And that will be it. A flawless round coming out from Eternal as they close that out nicely. And I don't know if Employed want to contest A main too hard this next time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good position being taken there for Eternal Focus. They've been able to convert a lot of rounds after that didn't go their way in the previous one. So with 3 on the board already, the Employed's economy is going to be back in the trenches, and possibly Eternal Focus going to be able to hit harder on this, make it a 4th in their favor. Obviously, the Employed going with the same strategy as they did in the previous round, just brute forcing towards A didn't really seem to be an option that works too well for him. And now coming into round number 5, we see a lot of presence towards the C side for Eternal Focus. The Employed possibly going to be a little bit in a desperate position if they lose this, but we'll see, because there is still a couple ults for both teams. The overdrive is going to be a big one if you're Eternal Focus and you need to just get a little bit of extra artillery. But as of now, the Employed is just kind of defaulting, waiting for some utility to be dropped. And it is going to work out with almost all the util from Ghoul already being expended.
I like this play calling from Eternal on the defensive side so far. After that absolute slaughter in A Rebel, they've just entirely left it open for Vice to hold it with all the utility, with the wall and the door having to be spun around. They're going to know if anyone's coming that way, but they're just giving up the control. Right now, Employed have good C control after Ghoul did give it up on that C long angle after feeling a little bit pressured. And right now, that looks like the place they're going to be going. Maybe they throw in a little bit of a B fake here with a little bit of swinging. Since
30 seconds
but
left.
he will already be walked into this site. He takes this right time. He's going to find the headshot and find the pick. Jay Birdie not getting lucky at all with any of these opening engagements. But it looks like the rest of the hit is going on the B site with that. Kizzy finds 2 picks on the inside, finds 3 as everyone was blind. Swings with the classic! And Fuller's able to clean it out. Another round for Eternal. 4-1. Absolute masterclass of a defensive round. I mean, they found the opener onto C, and Employ just felt pressured to go into B there, where 3 players were waiting. I mean, they had 1 person on C, and that was enough to just make them not want to go there. And so right now, Employed have their money running for them right now, so where they have to get around here, and they are going to be able to buy, but if they lose this round, they're going to be on another save, and Eternal have really bolstered economy coming into this round, and it looks like they're going to try to take A Rebel again, have to really find their presence there.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying it earlier, but just to reiterate it, the Employed is on what should be their better half, with attack being significantly easier than defending on the map of Lotus, and Eternal Focus is not going to care about sides or anything like that. Instead, they're just going to be playing their own game, and they really have just been the better team so far. The rounds they win look dominant, the rounds they lose look close, and with Jay Birdie already off the board, it leaves the Employed in a rough spot. That's the kill contract offline, and you're not going to have a lot to do after that.
Puller finding the spam through the smoke, taking a good timing. I mean, right now, Eternal has been finding these timings, and it's killing the Employed right now. I mean, they have little to no space either. Like, sure, they have A Rebel, but they're all bunched up into stairs, and it looks like they might try to do a walk up here. But with 3 players going to be pinching on that position, this is very risky, and it will have to pay off big time. Pronto taking the lead. Puller finds another timing, finds a pick, gets traded, but the Nightfall is going to come through, pushing the Employed even further back out of stairs. Sees hits the nice shot, finds the trade, still down, hits 2. Okay, 2 versus 2. Now we're talking. Sees with 2 out, uses the steel garden as well, getting the space. This is actually very doable now. As Sees swings for more, gets 3. He is putting the team on his back in this round right now. Kakper all onto him. 1 versus 2. From the 4 versus 2. What has happened? But he's going to have the silent drop down to here. He will suspect where Sees is. Will not able to find the shots. And Hafi and Sees will close out the round with the double hold. As that round was honestly a little bit stolen from the heroics from Sees. An absolute hero play right there, but that's just what they needed to get back into this game.
A strong round, being able to isolate Eternal Focus's players, and honestly, the Employed has been looking good when it comes to being able to get onto the site and playing the post plant, but it's been a rough situation for them when it comes to getting onto the spike and getting onto the site. Same way they've been playing this previously. Just piloting this Neon, looking to make presence. This one, they're not going to input their Neon in Ghoul pretty highly. Instead, they're just going to stay back on the site, make sure that they can just kind of control the tempo of the game. The Employed going to be picking up a main presence. They possibly could pivot to B. I think pivoting is a little bit of a bad idea just due to the extremities that are being held by Eternal Focus Knight right now. As of now, Pronto leading the charge. We see the work from the Employed, and that possibly is going to call a rotate. We saw this happening a lot yesterday where they would just wait and the Employed would just rotate off of one of their players' works, and it seems like it's happening once more. As of now, a lot of presence towards B, and this could possibly cause some trouble with Eternal Focus pushed up.
Yeah, we had Kizzy finding the information, going to swing through mid, but is taken down as they were aware of it. Now Kakper, all in his lonesome, has to give up the site. I mean, absolute dump of utility for this execution. Avoids the kill contract, doesn't give the ISO that duel that he wants. Jay Birdie really needed to connect there, but Hafi is going to have this proactive rolling thunder to go into spawn, ready to go. but I wouldn't be surprised if they just fall back and play post on C Mound. But Jay Birdie swings into CT without anything and finds two absolutely disgusting headshots. Ghoul tries to find something but isn't able to get it. And 1 versus 5, if you're Polar, I think you're looking at a save no matter which way you put it. And Employed are able to get a third on the board and are able to finally find the groove that they were looking for. I mean, it wasn't looking that good, but they just found their way onto C, challenging that Sentinel utility, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do it again.
Polar looking for some constellation kills. We'll find one, but pronto able to clean it up quick and easy. The Employed looking to equalize this, and it seems to be pretty likely that they can do it, with the economy of Eternal Focus Night already starting to diminish. As we can see, they are going to be able to get a really strong buy-in. However, Ghoul gonna want to most likely lock in that overclock. So I am looking forward to seeing how well that's going to work. They could possibly just kind of create a reaction with that Rolling Thunder as well. Both tools going to be extremely volatile if they can match up well. And it seems like they will possibly be able to do that with both the Breach and Neon stuck on the A site. And they're going to be inputting themselves really high in a main. So going to be in lobby. There's the Rolling Thunder and there's the action.
Wolves just finds one instantly. Kakper also, they're pushed all the way out of C. Deployed have zero space whatsoever. They've been pushed from both sides, and they have B, sure, but they don't know that. There could be Sentinel utility there, and if you just look at the map right here, Eternal have them completely surrounded. Polar, I don't think if you're taking the swing here on your lonesome. Jay Birdie's able to punish there, but Kizzy, reverse Rolling Thunder is gonna come through. They're reverse swinging. Hoppy finds the right click classic. The Steel Guardian taking away his gun. Kizzy gets taken down. What is happening? Eternal. They don't have guns, but it's okay. Still 2 versus 2, but no ultimates on the board. Not a lot of utility on the board, so it'll be full guns versus guns in this one. Ghoul might find a good timing here as nobody's looking towards Waterfall. Are we not covering this? And Ghoul finds 2, 3 in the round, and Eternal are able to just sneak by in that round after what looked like a masterclass of a play turn into a little bit of a throw, but Ghoul's able to close it out as he finds the perfect timing to kill both players and find both the nice headshots coming into that round.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that, I don't know, I wouldn't call that a masterclass. It was more of a situation where they were able to get a really good play going, where they made it their own by being able to run that Rolling Thunder down CT, and they really wanted to play off of it. And it was good, but because of how that Visal was appearing, the Steel Guard made them take out their classics, but they still wanted to engage on it. They didn't want to trade ult for ult, and they made it good in the end by Jay Birdie going in with the undercut to apply the vulnerable effect, making their pistols extremely volatile. However, you're still just going to be in like a 50-50 there. It doesn't give you too much of an advantage over Eternal Focus Night.
Right now, Lloyd have a lot of B push out. Ghoul finds C's as he just barely sneaks him out there, but that's another opening pick for Eternal. I hope they can close this one out too, but at the end of the day, that's a lot of control for Eternal. They have the Sentinel utility on C. B doesn't really match with Ghoul finds his, gets traded out, but that's still a 4 versus 3 and a lot of info. No, in this sneaky position, is able to work with Polar to find trades, and Kizzy just closes it out. 3 players remaining, but that was a really well orchestrated round, and they have 6 on this defender side, which, if you're an attacking team, you only really want to give up 5 if you can. Definitely less, but 6 is a really good look for Eternal, as they've gotten half the rounds on their defender side on Lotus.
Yeah, I think that was just like a lot better. I think C's dying early was a little bit too much of a price to pay. And the Employed, they're coming into the next round, very little money remaining. We do see the overclock looking to be expended. Yep, there it is, activated immediately. A main presence being shown, already breakable, and possibly going to run in. Note will be able to get the first, though, shutting down the overclock.
Yeah, nice shot from Note coming out there, but right now, Employed don't want to back down. Usually they've lost the opening pick and they fall back and rotated, but Jay Birdie just walking into sight and no one's watching for it. He finds the trade. 4 versus 4. but Kizzy is spotted out and he has no escape. This aftershock is beautiful. He avoids it, but they still know he's there. Does enough damage. Swings, Hafi takes him down. Kill contract. Doesn't land onto anybody. We have a lot of players in smokes right now. But right now, Employed have most of the control, and I'd say their crossfires are really strong right now. Eternal are all coming out of one choke. Slide comes through. Ghoul finds his. 3 versus 3, but gets shot in the back by Jay Birdie, who is backside. Jay Birdie gets another. Finally coming online as Employed are able to get a 4th round on the board. As Eternal, we're all stuck into staircase, which, I mean, isn't the worst thing in the world. But at the end of the day, I think getting onto site with Employed, like, they just walked onto site, waltzed in there. No one was really holding for Jay Birdie, and he finds a pick into site, and it's just like the door is open from there. And I think it was just a good timing that he took, and a team of Eternal that wasn't necessarily looking.
Yeah. Eternal focus. They do have some ultimates on the board they can drop. They do so choose. Overclock is back up for them. They've been really good at being proactive with their ults. Eternal focus, they haven't really spammed a whole ton of them and just like having them all 5 up at once. Pronto getting really hit down by these vines, and I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world. Obviously, you do still have a ton of HP left, but I mean, the Employed, they've already taken the site, and it's a 5v5 for the retake. But Employed is really gathering around here.
Boy, Fuzzy just taking down 2 there. I mean, I was expecting that to go in the Eternal's way since they had the advantage there, but wow, it just falls apart instantly. Eternal, we're all stuck in Waterfall, and I honestly thought there was going to be a little bit more happening there, but I think with 2 players being in the corner in that off angle was just too much for Employed, but it looks like he's going to go for this, as they do have the money for the last round. See, he can do as much damage as possible. Does find Jay Birdie. It's stunned. Nope, avoids it. But there is no way that I think they give him any guns here. He's very bold swinging him there, but I think I would have just run back to C-Mount and given that up. But at the end of the day, that's 5 for Employed, and they're looking to get a 6th one on their attacker side, and we'll see if they can do it.
I don't know about that. If you're Eternal Focus Knight, you knew your opponents had a decent amount of money saved up, and to say lightly, your team didn't. And now the Employed is going to be in that better economic position with all 5 rifles, and actually an Odin will be picked up for Jay Birdie. Guess since they haven't really been on a whole ton of a tear recently, they just opted in for one of the more just spray and pray weapons that Valorant does have to offer. Eternal Focus Knight, they have completely gambled on this beast site, and maybe the Employed is going to be able to find one, but no. Fuzzy's going to be down. Here goes up, and already the site's been taken. However, a flank has already been noted for the Employed.
While the beat push out was risky, it did end up giving them another weapon. So they do have one more gun to work with and the number advantage. So we'll see how, I mean, oh my god. The Employed are just stuck on the C site. They could go CT, but they have no idea where the players are. Good defensive rolling thunder coming out to put some good delay. Jay Birdie swinging with the Odin, finds one, gets traded by the Guardian. 4 versus 3. Pronto is a little stuck in this corner, but they might not expect him. He turns the flash.
Player standing.
And C's gets 2, but right now Eternal Focus are in the driver's seat. But can they find Hafi? They have the idea where he is. He gets the kill. Kizzy gets stunned. This could be it right here. Hafi finds the kill on the Ghoul. Full stunned, and that is a 6-6 tied half. And I mean, Eternal started off 4-1, and while the momentum did swing in Employed's way, at the end of the day, that's still a 6-6 half for them. And you can't be terribly upset with that, as they were on the defender side. Now I'm interested to see how this double initiator comp with the Neon and the Omen is going to take them on this attacker-sided half.
Yeah, I'd imagine Eternal Focus is going to have a little bit of an advantage in this attacking side. They have that flank watch. They have 2 initiators for that recon and that engage utility. And as well as that, they have Ghoul, who's constantly been a strong player when it comes to being that just kind of entry duelist, being that just kind of pillar to stand behind and really be the player to just dominate the field. So This time seems like we might get a little bit of aggression, and yeah, already this firing squad is going to work out for the Eternal Focus.
Eternal, very aware there. They were just triple holding that position, having the idea that somebody was going to push out. And I mean, honestly, that just comes down to good stratting. Ghoul finds a second, and Employed are on the back foot here, as they did have majority of players towards B, but I guess the read was wrong. I mean, Eternal's read was just right. They had a double hold there. That's insane work. And Eternal have the entire map to play with, while we do have this push out from C coming through, which is going to clear a lot of space. Right now, the Employed do not have a lot to work with. Only 3 players left on this pistol round, and right now the A side is wide open to crack, and Coffee just swings through the smoke, full spraying, doesn't go down for a while, but eventually does. Jay Birdie coming through the smoke. Ghoul is aware, takes him down, and it is all onto this flank of C's. Gets spotted by Ghoul, and right now it is looking bleak. Absolutely quadruple swung from everybody. Finds the headshot, but is not able to close out the round. I mean, that was a very well orchestrated round by Eternal. They just had the suspicion there was going to be a B push out and just held for it for the first 20 seconds of the round, and eventually got gifted with that opening pick, and they just ran away with it from there.
This is both pistol rounds now converted for Eternal Focus, and let's see if they can keep up the same level of pressures they had earlier on. The Employed going to be looking for some A main presence. By what it seems, Paranoia is getting lined up along with Fault Line, so already smoke comes on.
Retrieving flash.
That was what we didn't see any of that. Don't put that in the replay whatsoever. But right now, Eternal are locked out of a Rebel, and Employed aren't really contesting it. Just jump spotting it. They do have 3 players there. But right now, Eternal are looking to make their way towards the C site. Audio Q will give them away to the Vice. But I mean, it's a lot of passive information coming around from both teams, so not a lot going on so far, except for just holding and walking for map control. We do have Eternal walking up into the C mound area, as C is going to actually get stuck here. Prowler doesn't spot him, so if he wanted to, he could dip back into that corner. But right now, Eternal are just rotating out back towards A, where the majority of Employed are stacked, which is a very big read from here. And I'm very interested to see where this goes, as there's only 30 seconds in the round, and the only real option they'd have other than going A is splitting into B.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, A does seem to be the object they want to make happen. 20 seconds on the clock, though, and Eternal Focus Knight is just being held out. Lots of breach utility to guide their path, but as of now, the Employed just going to be able to pivot really quickly, but Jay Birdie finds the first. After on the flank, instantly taken down. C's trying to stop this plant. 6 seconds. An Eternal Focus Knight is going to be able to take the round without even worrying about that timing.
I mean, it just absolutely fell apart at the end there. 15 seconds, they pivoted, which it looked like it was going to happen, but Eternal just coming in through the back and just was able to pinch them, and the entire squad of Employed just fell at the same time, and it was just, they were just pressed for time, in all honesty. And right now, it seems like Eternal are just going to probably default around the map, but Employed, this is a very broken buy from both teams, which I think is very interesting. Wow. Employed are going to be fighting for this A control. We might see another Vice get caught out once again, but if you look at the minimap right now, Employed just have given up C entirely. They do have the Vice utility to spot, and it does get the flash ping onto Eternal, so they do have an idea that there are players in that area, but Kekper gets spotted out, and he's surely going to fall back after that one. But right now, Eternal do have the advantage towards C, but this Vice wall will be able to stall them out quite a bit. But C is on C site, will have a lot of work cut out for him if they do commit to this, which it seems like they will with all of the utility coming through.
Yeah, there's still the ISO standing nearby, ready for standby, and seems like they're going to be spotted by the Prowler. Nope, they will not, and Jay Birdie looking to fight with that information. Not going to be in their favor, though, and Note able to take the kill.
Yeah, good opening pick from Eternal here. Maybe Jay Birdie getting a little over aggressive, but at the end of the day, that's just a nice sheriff headshot from Note. Can't be too mad about that one. But Wolf is in this risky position, finds the slide shot on the Fronto. Fronto finds a second with the Phantom, sprays through the smoke, and that bomb is not halved, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, Employed might be running for the hills already. Oh, Seas hits the nice shot, gets traded, but Hafi just has to let this one go. While it was a nice attempt coming through, Eternal just find the round, and they have 3 rounds in a row, winning the pistol, the buy, and then the bonus too. This is very bleak for Employed, as their buys are not going to be very good, and Eternal, just with the lesser weapons, are able to pull this round through after a really good attacking call, after Capcur just made a lot of noise in a Rebel.
And the Employed, they certainly are not in a good spot. They've lost the bonus. They didn't lose the bonus last time. However, they were still able to lose a lot of rounds afterwards. So who knows? Maybe they'll be able to bring it back here. Obviously, it does seem as if they're going for a hero buy on Hafi. Whether or not they're going to confirm this or not, who knows? They didn't do a whole ton of this yesterday, but at the same time, they were in a significantly better position. Now, they're completely on the back foot. And Eternal Focus Knight is just kind of in the driver's seat. They've been the team to really dictate how this map has proceeded, and the Employed has to change that if they want to be able to take a couple more rounds. We see all 3 of these players pushed up C mound, and they're going to start backing up, but it gives Eternal Focus Knight a bit of pressure in consideration of how are they going to play into this. Door open, Ghoul finds 1 and make it a second from Note and make it a third. And the Employed is just going to fall down another round.
I mean, Eternal just finding these opening picks with Capcur just having a lot of information on a Rebel, no one really contested. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have any rotates in that direction, but at the end of the day, if you're winning your fights, you're winning your fights. I mean, Employed with the less weapons, maybe they just wanted to take the fights, but it seems like we will have an attempt from Ghoul and Seas, as they will be both going to
One
CT
enemy
here.
remaining.
Pronto goes down to no, finding a third into the round. I mean, absolutely nasty stuff coming through. Seas does find 1, but is traded out, so he does find something for his Stinger. But at the end of the day, that's 10-6 you're looking at, and Eternal have money for days. I mean, look at this. You have 4 players maxing out. That's just, and the person who's low on money just has the overclock ready for the next round when they need it. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Eternal are looking really good here, and Employed, they'd have to like win 3 rounds, 4 rounds in a row to break this economy, while there's on the back foot where 1 could spell disaster. I do like this up buy from Pronto. Could catch the other team off guard for sure, but it doesn't seem like they'll be headed in the C mount direction. He does throw the haunt for information and marks 2 people as it's not shot, as they wanted to hide the operator, which might actually give them that information. But we do have a lot of A Rebel control from Eternal, and there is not a lot of contention coming out so far, but it does seem like Employed are going to rotate in this direction, and we'll see if this operator is able to get any value. Stairs is smoked. It'll be a lot harder, but I mean, 1 angle is all it takes for this operator. Jay Birdie finds an opening pick though, as they get stuck behind the vice wall. Kill contract comes through and lands onto somebody. Takes down Note, and as Jay Birdie with the advantage with the kill contract is just able to close that out, and right now they are looking pretty good. Pronto finds the operator pick 2, shining through, ringing through. Kizzy able to find 1, but still a 2 versus 4 situation, and this operator nasty finds it, and it is all on the Polar to get 3 more in this round, as he's in the smoke and could find a nice timing onto Note here, but no, Poppy's able to take him down, as that was a really good round from Employed, as they had the correct rotation read that round.
Yeah, they were able to startle their opponents. However, it was just 1. 1 needed is not enough, and honestly, you really gotta take a couple more. The Employee needs to go on a roll. They've only been able to secure 3 in a row so far this game, and that was at one point where they really were just on a hot streak. Can they make that happen? We'll have to wait and see, but the Employed, they're certainly going to be pushing towards this B main presence, with both the Neon and Breach lined up for it. There's the vault line, and there's the op, but it will go a little bit too wide.
Operator not able to find any value there. Does get the information that all of the players are there, but is tagged down low to 20 HP. And I mean, one shot is all it takes from this up, but one shot is all it takes for Fronto Pronto to go down as well. This flash will most likely break his crosshair too, but I mean, Eternal, just 5 players towards this B. They don't have a lot of space. And I mean, A Rebel belongs to Employed right now, but yeah, they're clearing their own spawn. That's how crazy the space issue is, but there's going to be a rotation off of B. Polar, I would have been really surprised if he stuck that ultimate, but that would have been crazy. But the B site is open once more as the Employed have left it entirely. So Eternal have just paused and decided to re-hit. This is a crazy play call, as you don't see a lot of B hits, and you definitely don't see a lot of B pause into hits. I mean, they're just sitting here. I mean, if you're Employed, there's not a lot of information to go around here. This door is tapped, which will send off the alarm.
30 seconds left.
But at the end of the day, Jay already has information that it is
Face
not
your
seen
fear!
around. Absolute ultimate dump. Nightfall, overclock coming through. And Ghoul is just up and in there. Could push through that smoke and take a little bit more space, but might be a bit of an overextension. And right now, this post-plant position doesn't look the best for Eternal, as it is the B site, but they do have players in secret and CT up here. And Polar just finds an opener, and right now it is looking way better for Eternal. They don't have too much space, and everything is falling apart. D's and Pronto get the trades, and we're a 2 versus 2 from the 5. But Ghoul finds one, and it is all onto Fronto Pronto. With this operator, doesn't look very likely, but he could land nice 2 shots if it is given to him. But that is a big if, and right now there is just not enough time for him to win this, especially with 20 HP. I mean, all it would take there is just to swing off the trade. I mean, it looked really good for the Employed there, but at the end of the day, they just ran out of time and the crossfires were too strong, and Pronto goes down to the bomb. Not wanting to give away that operator, maybe, but they don't. Oh my god, look at the money too. He had to save that operator. They don't have any guns. He could buy something, sure, but that's not a lot that you have. That's really unfortunate from Employed.
Eternal focus. They're 1 round away from match point. They got the Rolling Thunder in their hands. We've seen them being able to use this time and time again. It works out well when they do. However, on the opposite side, the Employed, money not so great. They do have a go contract that they can isolate a pick with. But the question becomes, will they even opt in to use it? Because if you let your opponents go a little bit aggressive against you, we did see yesterday that Birdie was having a little bit of a difficult time being able to really just connect their shots. So this is where it really comes down to it.
Shots traded from both the Omens. Fuzzy does come out on top eventually. Employed, I would say, have the better position here, as all 5 members are here to stop this hit. But Note finds another pick, and Fuzzy swings into the flash players, and this round just turns on its head. Poppy, backside all on his lonesome, is able to find the right click kills. A round that looks promising for the Employed has now turned around in Eternal's favor. The bomb will go down, and it will all be all on C's, and I've seen this guy hit some nice shots, but 1 versus 2 will still be difficult, but very doable. But last time he was in a situation like this, both players were in tree, but he'll have 2 different places to clear, both being in the spawn, which will be very interesting. He does have a Steel Guardian if he wishes to use it, and he does! And both players will have classics. Kizzy trying to find that information. I mean, these classics could be deadly. The Rolling Thunder will come through, avoids it. Oh, but the classic is just too strong in close quarters. And Kizzy getting a little bit overzealous at the end of the round. And Eternal are looking at match point with 12 on the board. I mean, absolutely. They just need 1 more. That's all they need. And the Employed have a bye, and Pronto will be able to use that overdrive ultimate. But right now, Eternal are just in the driver's seat.
Yeah, right now, this is certainly, as you said, very favoring Eternal Focus Knight, especially when you take into consideration the fact that this was the map pick of the Employed. They took this map. They were the ones ready and rearing to play on Split. Already, though, this aggression can be seen, and Bowler is able to find them first. There's the Aftershock, able to separate them. Shrouded Step comes in. Casper on the flank, able to shut it down for a second, but Eternal Focus Knight still in a 12v3. We're 12-7, and they're up 3-2. There's from the shadows, going to be able to pull them out in CT, looking to create a pinch, but will this Vice be called?
I mean, I was
One
calling
enemy
Eternal crazy
remaining.
for picking this defender side, but right now it is paying dividends. They are up 3 versus 1, and all they need to do is find this one last player. They will have the site all to their own, and Fuzzy will have to do everything to keep his team in. And Eternal just absolutely crazy picking that defender sided, but they prove me wrong. As 3 versus 1, Fuzzy, all on his lonesome, has to find all 3 of these players. And he has to assume they're all on site as they've smoked off their own C mound. Spray comes through, is going to get stunned, gets swung on, and no, finishes the job. As Fuzzy goes down, an Eternal focus take map 1 on Lotus. I mean, what an absolute shocker. I mean, I was calling them crazy for picking defender side, but they knew what they were doing, and they just absolutely shut down Employee that entire game, it felt like, especially in the second half.
Yeah, I think both halves definitely looked good for him, but as you said, that second one, they only converted 1 round total, giving this a 13-7 scoreline, certainly showing why Eternal Focus has come into the playoffs as such a high seed. But you can't count them out just yet. We've seen what happens on Split, a 13, I believe it was a 13-3 or 13-4 yesterday when we did see this team of the Employed taking on their opponents on their map pick. This time it's the exact same situation. Can they do it again? That's the question we're all going to be wondering, but we're going to go to a quick little break, and we'll be back right after this with game number 2.
dancing in their line, past the wicket never rhyme. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing in their line, past that we could never run. Oh, they were dancing way up high. Stars were dancing in their line, future we will never run. Dirt on our feet was bone dry, it was bone dry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you back at the Luxe series, and game one is upon us, and it's being concluded. It was really dominant in one team's favor. That Eternal Focus really shined through. Jesse, coming on to Sunset. I got these maps mixed up. I thought we were going to split for some reason, but yeah, Sunset's up next. And how do you think this could possibly go down?
I mean, Eternal just stealing Employed's map pick on map 1, and they're going into their home turf right now. I mean, we should honestly most likely see a very strong side coming from them, and Employed will have their work cut out for them, no pun intended, as they have to try to get one back after 6-6 half turned into one round in the next. And right now, all the momentum is in Eternal's favor, as this Sunset map is looking very promising for Eternal.
Yeah, and this was their map pick. They were the team decided that they wanted to make this their own, and Sunset's a fun one, that's for sure. I'd imagine that ISO is likely to come back, but we'll just have to wait and see what they do end up opting in for. Obviously, yesterday they didn't go for it. Instead, they ran a double duelist comp with a Raisin Jet. And I'd imagine Sunset is a little bit more favorable to something like an ISO, just due to some little bit of tweaks that the map has undergone, and the undercut can be a very prevalent ability, especially when you really put it in places like elbow, like main on either site. It can be just so excruciating to deal with. So I am looking forward to seeing whether or not it's going to come out, whether or not that's going to be more of a star player like what we saw yesterday, but we'll just have to wait and see, because it certainly could go either way.
Yeah, I think a highlight moment from Lotus was definitely that ISO, because I maybe only saw like 2 or 3 times where we got any value out of it, because like the kill contract only landed once out of the entire times it was casted. The shield I only saw got a kill once. I mean, Eternal did a really good job of dealing with that ISO, but it seems like we're not going to see that picked, and I'm very interested to see Employed and both teams pick this Cypher. I mean, you were talking about the Cypher nerfs, but it seems like both teams are most likely just going to go and use it for passive information with that camera and, you know, a trip mid and something like that on the flank. But I mean, we're going to have really good comps coming through here, both running the Neon, and I would be really happy if Eternal did run this Gecko, because when at Wingman's planning, especially on Sunset, like, spam is still so powerful on this map, especially on B site. I mean, because like it's been nerfed, sure, but at the end of the day, we still see teams smoking themselves off in B main and just spamming, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So right now, Employed might have their work cut out for them, as Eternal are going to be starting on this attacking side, and if they can just get that bomb down on B, it could be lights out from the get-go.
I am surprised to see Gecko get locked here. I think that Gecko was a necessity when we were in a meta where, yeah, it's pretty difficult and you're just going to want to like play on like main and not go for any site control. But now that like it's kind of changed with how Sunset's meta approaches, it's a little bit weird to see a Gecko come out. In any regard, I think Breach is a better one. Even besides that, you could run that Teo still. Teo's still like all right. He's not like the best, obviously. He's probably the worst, but I just think Gecko on a Sunset is a little bit odd still. It's not the end of the world though. Eternal Focus, obviously, they're good enough to show that they can dominate no matter their composition. Last game, they certainly showed that. But yeah, let's see what this will bring to the table. You do get that wingman, which is a very strong tool, obviously, when it comes to being able to plant and then get off site. So if they are in a post-plant situation either, they are going to be in a great position to win. But we will see if they are going to be in that at all, or whether or not it's going to just go down to who finds this easy.
Yeah, off the bat, we see Employed with 4 people on the A site, maybe getting ready for a fast hit that could be coming, but Eternal are probably setting their sights on mid and just taking that early space control, as Employed aren't really going to be contesting it too hard, especially with the Cypher on the B site playing for that passive information. Right now, Employed are just completely locked out of mid with 0 information. Now, Cypher Cam will be able to eventually spot some players, but once they get shot down, you've got nothing. I mean, Pronto is pushed really far, but this trip will spot him out. And all it comes down to is if Eternal can get on this site with as less casualties as possible. And the Dizzy does catch one, revealing the position of the Cypher back site. And the players from Employed are already rotating over. And no kills have happened yet, but eventually bodies are going to start falling. And Polar finds one, Ghoul finds a second, and Jay Birdie goes down. Hafi is able to get one, but it is still a 4 versus 2. And Eternal have the site entirely. And Pronto hoping to get an evener. Shots not landing. Hafi does the work though. And if this Note gets caught out in this corner, it could be Raps, but he finds his. And Pronto on his lonesome has to find this pick through the crossfire. Somehow doesn't get traded, and it's doable, but 2 HP, all it takes is a gust of wind to blow him over. Casper gets killed! 1 HP on Ghoul! And Pronto just barely misses it out. Both players on 2 and 3 HP. All he needed was a body shot, but Ghoul is able to get 3 on the round and close it out, and that was a little too close for my liking, in all honesty.
The Employed, they've really been in a rough spot when it comes to their pistol rounds this series. This is a match that really does matter for both teams, and they've been falling short each and every time. It's rough. It really is rough. And if you are the Employed, you gotta make some kind of adaptation. You gotta change up how they've been approaching it. And to be honest, they've really just kind of been brute forcing these pistols a lot. And I don't think that's something that has been working out, especially when you look at the statistics behind it. Eternal Focus Night, though, they're gonna come to this round with a great economy. They find some good picks, and we do see that they are doing a lot of mid positioning with a lot of players controlling these top mid extremities, leading us to believe that this is going to be something they're going to want to play for the Employed. But I don't know how well that's going to really work out for them. Obviously, yesterday when they were on split, it was a similar position that they took, where they would really just stack around mid, especially top mid on their defensive side. This time, however, Eternal Focus, they're just doing it. They're making everything they can do, and they're just going to pivot over to the A site.
Yeah, with the better weapons, they're able to find 2 really good picks, with Polar finding the first 2, Soul read in mid, and then spam through a box with that high penetration Guardian, and Ghoul's able to find a 3rd into CT. And right now, this round is already lights out for Employed. They have basically no way to get back into this one unless they are gifted an opportunity, but with the holds being here, Fuzzy already being spotted out, and the Dizzy already hitting the Sova. He's going to, Caesar's going to find 2. I doubt this man all the time, but he finds his 2, and Fuzzy is just looking to die to the bomb. Not give away any ult orbs, as this round is lost, and Eternal are able to have 3 guns into the next round. So it's not the worst thing in the world for them. Obviously, you'd want to have 4 or 5 remaining, but That is a second round on the board for Eternal, as the spike will go off, and Fuzzy will hopefully die to the bomb as he is close enough.
Yeah, it's a good round. You look at this and it's just not going too great. Eternal Focus Knight. They've been on the front foot this entire series, and it just goes to show why they came into the playoffs as that number 3 seeded team, beating out the number 2 seeded team in a 2-1 fashion. Really just going to show how many upsets we've seen at the Luxe series this entire week, with the 5 seed beating the 4 seed. That's the Employed. And as well as that, yesterday we saw Empire Gaming, the 8 seed, all the way in that upper semi-final. Monarch X, the 1 seed, getting upset, and similar situation to what we've seen before. The Employed's going to gather around mid. We see 2 players over towards mid top, and then Stova up towards the top of the site, and just kind of making sure that nobody peeks on through with that smoke. Pronto finds the first. Casper able to fall, and now 4v5. The Employed looking to keep this game in control.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this mid defaulting coming from Eternal. 3 rounds in a row, they've taken this mid space, as Employed don't really have a good way of dealing with it. Pronto able to find 2 in the round, gets traded, but he's done his job, as Hoffy all in his lonesome with reinforcements coming on the way, but all stuck on this site. Eternal are going to be able to creep up on both his elbow and main. Spot sees neither team able to land any shots. Molly coming through, and right now Eternal have the site. Ghoul finds his, Hoffy just being blinded and stunned up and scanned, and Eternal just find picks, stabbing other players in the back. Fuzzy is able to find one onto Polar. He will need 2. Has the regen shields, so he will be able to get back a little bit of his HP. And with both the angles that Eternal have to watch, they're not having any double holds here, so this is still a very possible round if Fuzzy is able to find the correct moves. Gecko Ult comes through to clear out elbow. They know he's coming from this angle, and Ghoul does not need any help, as he is able to find a second on the round to give Eternal a third. And right now, their map pick is looking super strong, as Employed, once again, are just in the money dumps again.
Eternal Focus does end up converting the bonus round despite losing their first player and then being down in the 3v4 with the post plant in their favor. It wasn't looking great, but Eternal Focus, they knew what they needed to do. They knew the mission, and they found it out. Investing that ultimate from Note, pulling out the Thrash, and after that, they cleared CT, they cleared Elbow, and they just knew that the last player, Fuzzy, must have been coming down from main. Certainly good play, investing those ults, making sure they can convert as many rounds as possible on the attacking half, because defense is going to be a little bit harder. We see now Eternal Focus. Let's see if they can pull this fight off in B. Not too much aggression from the defensive side with only 1 player sitting here. They're going to peek out.
While the majority of Eternal is headed towards B, I do like the response from Employed to take mid control of their own, to be able to find out where these rotations are coming from. And oh my goodness, Casper just finds Jay Birdie in the back because he's not even looking. Doesn't even have the chance to teleport around the trip. Ghoul able to find one as well, as Employed are on the back foot once again. Dizzy comes through, not able to get any connections, and Hoffy with the stingers coming through. Is that G2 Valen I'm seeing, as 3 versus 3 comes in, sees nice shots, not able to land any. Fronts will probably go down as well, as Casper is able to just hit everything, and we have a bold TP coming through, as Hoffy, all in his lonesome, just gets cornered, and Eternal find a 4th very expected round on the board, as it looked very clean from them. And while it was dicey, the utility they just had at the end of the round was able to clean it up. And in my opinion, all on the backs of Casper that round, is he was able to find the flank and then get 2 more with the long range Vandal, as he was facing stingers from that distance.
Ooh, Eternal Focus. They've been put in a 4-0 lead, certainly seeming like this game will be just a repeat of game 1. However, the Employed, they haven't shown their attacking half just yet. Overdrive is going to be activated, and Eternal Focus Knight instantly just flashing through this site. Paranoia does not connect onto Ghoul, and that might possibly lead to believe there's a bit too much pressure, but Jay Blurdy gonna be able to get the kill, and oh, no Kizzy down for the count. No pushed up, able to secure one, but Jay Blurdy still going in. Pronto up in hand. Ghoul getting hit by the concuss, and Ghoul still finds a double kill. Jay Blurdy able to quickly clear them up and out of commission. There is going to be the From the Shadows online, but no spike either. They need to pick it up. 50 seconds. Many time. They don't know, though. They haven't seen him go into the Cypher cage. However, that could be either player. Jay Blurdy not going to pick up the spike instead. And knife out. Oh, and Casper finds the kill.
What an absolutely audacious play coming from both sides. From Employed, we have Pronto stunning and sliding in with the operator. What a crazy play. And then we have this 1 versus 1 where Casper is just able to find the correct timing, as the smoke push was not there for Jay Blurdy. I mean, at the end of the day, that was a crazy round to think about, how that 1 versus 1 could have gone either way if any player would have just turned in the correct direction. But because of that round, we once again have a broken buy coming from Employed with Sheriffs and 1 Stinger. I mean, we've seen that Stinger do work before, but right now on this Sunset map with this mid control coming through, it might not get the opportunity it wants to, but we do have a lot of good control coming from Eternal, and C's will get spammed to stop that drone from advancing any further, and will not get caught out. Right now, this map is looking like Eternals with all this mid control, and with Employed not really having any A or B main information.
Eternal Focus Knight. Their ultimates are looking good. They have the Neural Theft online. Along with that, there is going to be the Rolling Thunder on the opposite side. So the Employed, if you want to win around, this is going to be the one to do it. With the amount of close range weaponry they do have active, they're going to want to try and set up engagements that do favor that type of fight. But already Dizzy comes up, able to get a little bit of information. Jay Blurdy takes some shots, only a bit of warning fire. They immediately trying to get the engagement. It will work out their favor. However, Casper able to find one, but still the Employed keeping up the aggression will be equalized. Fuzzy's going to take the man advantage. No Kizzy, only 1 shot remaining till a death is inevitable. Casper finds one, not enough. No Kizzy still equalizes. 1v1 situation needed to be able to bring this game back in your hands, and that's gonna do it. And the Employed take the game back into a possible win, ending this snowball.
What an important round for the Employed there. I mean, the Sheriffs just rang true. The utility was there too. The Aftershock, the blind, literally everything, the stuns, and the Sheriffs just came through when they needed it. And I mean, 1 versus 1 there. I mean, the headshot is all it takes for a Sheriff to get a kill there. And that's all Pronto needs. Onto no Kizzy here. I mean, just ringing true at the end of the day. And while it was tight, it was a much needed round. And Eternal can still bounce back from this, as they were up 5-0. But Pronto after that last round gets a little bit overzealous and might have overcommitted there. But maybe Huffy can find some information. Swinging second time there is audacious, but Eternal will be able to have this control, and Huffy is alone on an island. The team will be with him eventually, but he is on his lonesome. We'll be able to avoid this Sova drone, and finds one for his troubles, and Fuzzy finds one as well with the headshot, and we're in a 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Sovathar will ping him up and does go down to Ghoul. Sees finds the trade and more as he spams through the smoke, able to find another. And it is all onto Casper. Once again, we've seen him do it before, but this time he's got 2 players in his way.
1v2. Casper needing to be able to isolate these. Relatively easy to as well. From the shadows, possibly going to be popped in order to be able to mark with the Sova. However, we do see them just waiting, biding their time, looking for this spike plant to go down before they pinch off Casper. Gonna be peeking in. Finds the first with a nice headshot. There's From the Shadows. Gonna be going right behind him. Sound cue is there. But they do cancel it in the end, making Casper second out themselves possibly. 12 seconds. Not gonna be able to cancel the spike plant. It will go down. No information. Camera's gonna be able to spot them, I believe.
That shot was absolutely disgusting from Casper, and he clutches the round. I thought the angle that was being held there from from C's was just too disgusting, but Casper is either aware or is inhuman, because he had no business winning that round. And we all thought Employed had a way to get back into that round, but Casper, man, just finds the first and is able to clutch out the second. I mean, that is just disgusting work. I mean, I'm speechless. That should not have been a round they should have had, but I mean, it's the map pick of Eternal, so they must just have that clutch factor in them. Deez is spotted, and the Silver Dart will come through, not being broken in time, but they will suspect that it is just the Cypher lurking here, as he will continue to make noise. But with Eternal just walking up B main here for only the second time this game, and Employed don't really have a good answer to this. They've had the Cypher trips in the past, but not a lot has happened from it, and Employed are just holding, trying to find a pick, but Polar is too aware of the upper angle that is being held by Jay Birdie, and the plant will go down with ease, and Eternal are just looking to take the fight to them. This might be a little overzealous, as that could be a gun given away, but Ghoul is just too nice with it, and the ego peaking is real, as Fronto Pronto, only one with a real weapon, has to do all of the work. But in all honesty, we might just see a save coming through, as Eternal have 5, and getting any kills here isn't really going to do any economic damage.
Well, look at this setup. The Employed already going to be able to pull out. They want to invest. They want to try and fight by the looks of it. And Happy's going to be the first one to peek, but the splash is not enough. Happy goes down to Ghoul, who's on a 3K, looking to tear up the rest of the Employed. Able to do it too. A flawless round comes out, and despite round 6 going the favor of the Employed, everything after it has crumbled to dust. Eternal Focus Knight, 5 ultimates in the bank. Employed almost 4, but like, how much is that really gonna find? Because your economy's okay, but you just haven't been able to find anything this entire game. I mean, this has been absolutely tragic. We go into round number 9, a necessity if you are the Employed. They have a lot of ults to be able to play retake, so I don't like how aggressive they're playing. It seems like they want to pop Rolling Thunder off the bat. They're going to wait at least a little bit, which I don't love. Already Fronto Pronto is able to find one, so that's good enough. Ghoul's down for the count. However, they haven't been able to spot out Polar just yet.
This is an absolutely crazy play from Polar. They have the ideas there. They have 2 players watching, but sticking this ultimate surely not is what they're thinking. I mean, this is an absolutely ridiculous play if this pays dividends, and he's going to go walkabouts. He's going to find a pick onto Hafi. He's able to find his timing. Jay Birdie's not able to get there in time to punish. And the ultimate is paying through. Fronto Pronto might find another. Has 2 into this round, and it is paying huge for Employed this time. Thrash is going to come through. No connection. And the 2 Cyphers trading shots. Nothing landing until Casper finds it. And it has just fallen apart for Employed. Oh, Polar hits the shot over the board as he just... Fronto Pronto jumps to spot. Polar sits him down. And Employed have to save once again. They could force buy, sure. Fuzzy may be considering that weapon, but at best, you're looking at 8-4, and on Eternal's map choice, on the first half, it is just lights out. That is a reason that this is their home turf, and they are looking like one of the best teams right now, and it is looking very likely that they'll be in our grand finals as they want to take this one home.
Oh. Already
Take flight.
C's going to be going up, able to connect the dart from the Owl drone, giving a little bit of information out. They are going to back off, making it so that this dart cover will not be able to be shot through. Already, ult goes down, able to tag onto 1, looking to get a second, but no, Kizzy is able to find the elimination. Pronto down for the count, and it leaves them without their duelist, the Employed. Gonna have a little bit less proactivity, but they will be able to find the trade. Ghoul goes down, and that leaves the entry off the board. Sage, oh, what the, not Sage, that's gonna be a Cypher. And they will be out as well. But the Employed, they still have an ultimate. If they can play a 3v3 retake well and just be that fast, maneuverable team, this could work out for them. If they can get that Rolling Thunder into a position that will allow them to be able to concuss all 3 and just dominate the battlefield from then.
Yeah, Eternal don't know it yet, but the A site is free for the taking. And once again, Employed, their sheriffs are ringing true. If I know one thing about their team, is that those sheriffs can go to work, and it did in mid, winning the long-range fights
30
very
seconds
surprisingly.
left.
And while
Spike
oh,
planted.
this flank is going to be huge. Seas just finds one, could be on for the ace if he finds two more. Jay Birdie's going to be scouting out for this information. Mulling through this corner, finds Casper as the timing wasn't there, but Jay Birdie was a little bit further up than his friend. His friend's note finds one, and once again, the Employed, the round they take is their eco. They get another thrifty on the board, and this does open the door for them, but at the end of the day, the only rounds that you can be winning can't just be thrifties. And this might have just been a little bit of a sloppy round from Eternal that they might not give up again.
Yeah. I mean, I think fighting for mid in general on a map like Sunset doesn't totally make sense in most regards. You don't really get any open paths to a site because if you're going for B, you're gonna have to fight through Boba. If you're going for A, you have to walk all the way up through spawn. Like, neither way really works out too well. So realistically, fighting for mid is just a weird thing to do. Eternal Focus though, let's see how they do. I go into play this. They're going to be stacking this B site, which is going to be the best play, as we can see. Only one player's been here this entire game, which is that Cypher. Everyone else has been really stacking towards that A/mid. The Employed, they still haven't noticed it. At this point, they will, and we already can see on the minimap, rotations will be pulled. There's the ultimate, able to connect on that Thrash to Fuzzy. And the goal finds the elimination. Eternal Focus Knight already having control over the site. Wingman gets the spike down, and now an insane post flank comes out.
And instantly, just like that, all of your Sentinel utility is gone. And once again, Employed, Pronto is able to find an opener. And he finds a third onto the round, would have to ace to win it. But with that Cypher utility just going down instantly, and the execute being too strong from Eternal, it is a tall task to ask. Glides back sight, with the two players being there though, it's just a little bit too much. And Eternal are that much closer to winning this map. And honestly, it was just a good execute because they had everybody come out of B main, the Neon dash on the site, and if you're Fuzzy, you can't let the Thrash connect on you there because you had no support, your teammates were on A and top mid, so if you get hit by that Thrash there, all it takes is for Ghoul to slide on you like he did, and it's the freest kill of his life. And so he's got to be a little bit more diligent there, and the teammates maybe should rotate a little faster, but it was just overall a really good execute from Eternal.
Oh, look at this mid positioning though. Pronto is able to find the kill. There's gonna be Note on for a double. Eternal Focus gonna be able to get the Sova diff with the Hunter's Fury. Eternal Focus Knight coming out of it unscathed, only in a 3v2 position. A little bit of an aggressive angle being taken by Casper here. However, they're just gonna be able to back out. It's gonna be the Employed hitting towards mid, really focusing. However, Eternal Focus has taken complete control over B main.
I mean, Eternal are able to have absolute brawl like we saw on Lotus and Rubble, and Casper able to find the long range kill onto Fuzzy with the Phantom, and this B site is cracked wide open as it is all onto Hafi for another 1 versus 3 that Employed has to climb through. The ult will come through, finds Kizzy full stunned, will able to get the first, avoids the Dizzy, another stun coming through, and Note just absolutely buys time for Casper as he's able to swing off of it, and we have 10 on the board for Eternal. Their map pick is looking so strong, and at the end of the day, the only way Employed can come back into this game is by a miraculous string of rounds that Eternal would have to hand wrap them and put on a silver platter. But at the end of the day, Eternal are just looking lights out. I mean, you look at the kills, 15-4, 15-9, all of these guys are shooting. And while Pronto is putting in the work, he's going to need a little bit more help from his teammates in order to mount this comeback.
Already hitting double digits in terms of rounds. And if it's anything like that first half in the previous game, you can expect this pistol round to go a similar tone. The Employed, they need to take this. That's their mission. If they can make it 4-10, it can be slightly winnable. However, if you go down 11-2, those chances diminish. And you have a shivering Thrill, up your spine. If your goal here, they are going to be... Oh, they barely miss out on the concuss. See whether or not they'll be able to keep that situation up for him, be able to stay alive, get out of this island. They will be hit by the stun. Node's going to try and peek out, but the stun is not going to be there for them. Goal is going to be getting one, but that's just not enough. The island, the last remaining standing hope, is down for the count, and Eternal Focus Knight put into a bad situation with the spike not on their side. However, the employee might be in a rough spot.
Standing ahead.
Absolute play coming up from Eternal. It was getting dicey, but the shock dart coming through from Kizzy is able to secure the round. And wow, it looked like Ghoul was literally isolated here. They took a long time to punish him. He's able to get his one, and look at the distraction he's able to give for the entire team. I mean, when you have 3 people looking at you, that just opens the round up for your teammates to close it out, which is exactly what happened. And Pronto, and Fuzzy, the shock dart was just too strong, and Fuzzy was not able to make anything out of that round coming through. But here we have a force buy coming up from Employed, as they literally have to, because one more round could just spell disaster if they lose it. Lua almost gets caught out there, is able to find the kill in front of Pronto. Fuzzy finds the trade on a note, and Fuzzy doing all of the work. And Kiz, what is happening? What is Valorant even about? We're in a 2 versus 2, and everybody just dropped to the floor, all from one single choke. And Employed do have a way into this round. Hafi with Vandal in hand, as Casper and Polar have to find their way back, clear all of this space. And most importantly, they have to find this Cypher, who's going to swing, and Fuzzy's going to find a third on the round. Polar only with the Ghost will have to do God's work. Is able to find one on the Hafi, counter swings. With 1 bullet left, is not able to close out the round, and Fuzzy doing everything for the team finds 4 on the round. And Employed, the door is, they put their foot in the door. It's not open, it's not ajar, but their foot is in the door. It is not closed just yet.
It's going to be difficult. The last time I can recall seeing something like this in a professional game of Valorant, probably Icebox of 2023 during Sao Paulo. However, it's not an easy task. Not only is it difficult to get this many rounds in a row, but also that mental fortitude definitely diminishes after seeing this scoreline. 1 round away from going down to match point, your last resort, forced to full buy every single round. And the Employed, that certainly would be something you don't want to hit right yet. That's going to be a boulder that certainly is going to cause some obstacles, but especially when Fuzzy's already down for the count. A Vandal, not converted, however, will be pushed to the floor. Looking to get another kill. Great angle to do it. Bit of an off angle, but Pronto does not care. They do not falter.
I'm out of here.
The star player from Employed rings through once again. While Fuzzy does go down, Pronto is able to cover all of the ground. The flank is too powerful though, as there are 2 players here, and Ghoul and Note are able to make quick work of Hafi. Will they expect this? Oh no, Jay Birdie's able to get 1. Jay Birdie gets 2, and C's closes it out, as Employed, with the better weapons, are able to get the round. And Eternal did keep it close, and they did take away some of those weapons. And Eternal will be able to buy into this round, but so will Employed. And the comeback is on, folks. Eternal will have to close this round out. I mean, any of these rounds, honestly, they get to 12, and they're looking at victory, and they're staring down a grand finals. And Employed have to make every single round count no matter what.
Just want to bring this up. This is the first round where, that's the first round where the side of the Employed did not win a round that was basically a thrifty. So, certainly great stuff from them. Got to give them credit where credit is due. Fuzzy gonna be pushed up really aggressive, and honestly this Outlaw's not gonna be able to get anything. Yep, that would have been insane if they got the kill, especially with Goal having 50 shields. Would have been had to get a headshot. And Eternal Focus Knight's gonna be able to get this site on lockdown. No takes the angle, but it's a little bit too high there, bud, and it leaves them in the 4v4. Good stuff from Pronto to be able to equalize this. Can they take the advantage though? Because this is a necessary round, we can't forget.
Maybe a bit of an overcommitment from Note there. Didn't really have to swing, but when you're up 11-4, you have a lot of room to work with, and you have a lot of opportunity for these hero plays. And the flank from the Omen is going to be very important into this round, but this was looking like a decent retake from Eternal because they're coming in from 3 different directions. Kizzy will have this walk up. Will he find front? Oh, they caught with utility in hand. Casper finds 2 though.
One enemy
Cool,
remaining.
looking for this trade. Will stick the bomb and sees has to rush in. Has the shock darts available, but will die with utility in hand as Polar stares him down with barrel at his throat. And Eternal have 12 on the board. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Employed might have to win, not necessarily a thrifty round, but a broken by round to just keep themselves in the running. And I think we're looking at an Eternal Grand Finals through the uppers, and that will give them a huge advantage going into it.
Yeah, definitely not going to be an easy win. 2 Guardians are going to be the hands of Eternal Focus Knight, which could be a little bit of a rough spot. However, the Employed's going to be full rushing A, so really good gamble from the Employed Eternal Focus. They tried for the B site to be the correct hit. However, it was, in the end, not or nothing. They are going to be able to play the retake. And now the Employed, nowhere to get to. They have the Honor's Fury for post-plant. However, the Sova's already being inputted on site. Jade Birdie finds burst. Fuzzy's able to get the second, connecting the third. Looks like we're going to another round. Not done yet.
Enemy down.
Employed somehow with the worst weapons make it work once again. I don't know how they keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it, but they do. The Employed get 5 on the board, and it wasn't necessarily a thrifty, but they weren't matching the others. They weren't matching Eternal in the firepower either. I mean, once again, they steal another round. 4 out of 5-year rounds having worse weaponry is quite the stat line to have. But Eternal, just winning the gun rounds and winning the pistols, are able to keep things honest and keep this Employed roster honest. And while they will be on a save of their own, they'll be looking to do as much damage as possible. Maybe they actually wouldn't, because Employed aren't winning their gun rounds, so maybe they don't want to do the damage, because the Thrifties is going to be the rounds they're eventually winning. But we have this quick mid-rush. Fuzzy wins the Cypher 1v1, and Fronto Pronto gets a spray through the smoke onto Note to reveal this position. Kizzy might also do the same. Finds 1 onto Fuzzy, finds 2 onto Jay Birdie as he's able to connect the headshots. Fronto Pronto though just finds 2 with the slide. Spray and pray phantom action. Headshot from Polar through the wall though, so it won't do nearly enough damage that it needs to be. Sees spraying through. Polar finds 1 and 2, but Hoppy closes it out. That would have been the most insane clutch for Eternal to finish the job, but it's not going to happen as Employed gets 6 on the board, and they will finally have a full buy with armor, and hopefully things are looking up for them. But once again, all it takes for Eternal is 1 set play, 1 crazy call, 1 hero work action to just take the map and go to the grand finals.
And honestly, I don't even think you need to do that. For the most part, you can just play your own game, work the map, find how you want to approach it. And if it doesn't work, sure, you have 6 chances. As long as you don't throw and just like, I'd say like going for a crazy like idea. Yeah, it could work 1 or 2 times, but you don't want to just like let them gain momentum, because as soon as they get like 8 rounds, then you're going to be the ones feeling it, being like, why can we not finish this? Why can we not secure the win? So Eternal Focus Knight, I think they definitely have to change up something, because at 6 rounds, it is like, obviously you have a ton of chances. However, if they do start to gain momentum, the Employed certainly could take this map back in their hands. They do have a couple ults remaining, so if they do just decide to go for the A site, they could easily take it. We've seen how Eternal Focus didn't really have an answer to being able to play retake on the A site when this momentum started to be gained for the Employed, when they first had just 5-man down A. And yeah, like the Eternal Focus Knight, they're doing good because they know that there is a Rolling Thunder on the opposite side, so they're not really investing anybody to either of the sites. Except, well, I guess now they're putting the Cypher there, but that might just be to pick up utilities since they know that this is an A site push. And yep, that's going to pull all the rotations. A is going to be hit. A couple of damage shots go in, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is Valorant we're talking about, so anything can happen. We'll have a 1-for-1 trade coming through. Kizzy able to find a connection with the Hunter's Fury. Hafi just able to escape it though, not able to find the second. Polar finds a pick through the smoke, and we see Fuzzy really low HP, so this could be it for Eternal. Casper finds one on the C's, down to 2. Jay Birdie down to 1, all on his lonesome. Cypher Ultimate Neural Theft will reveal his position once more, and the bomb tap is going to come through. It's going to get stuck, and Polar finishes the round as he is able to close out the map, and we see Eternal going all of the way, winning in dominant fashion, 13-7, 13-6, as we see them go all the way.
A phenomenal job coming in. Unfortunately, the Employed could not close it out, but that is going to be our grand finalist, or grand finals for sure. Team qualified, so make sure to give it up to our 3 seed coming into the playoffs, Eternal Focus Knight. After beating a Team Echo, after beating Same Lion, Different Dogs, they came into the finals and they have taken their glory. They're one step closer to competing in Toronto on June 22nd. And now the question is going to be, who will face them?
Yeah, absolutely wonderful series we saw there. Only got to see 2 maps. Didn't get to see anything from the Pearl, but it was very entertaining nonetheless. And we have our 2 Neon players, duelists, very well established on the top of the leaderboards, as they should be. But if you look at these KDs and ACS, you can see it is entirely swung in Eternal's favor, as they just put on everything. They put on the thrusters, track by track. They were able to run down Employed and take both maps in very dominant fashion. I mean, it was just spectacular to watch from them, and I can't wait to see what they have in the future for us.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely give it out to Ghoul, somebody who was completely dominant on both maps, as well as just everybody on both of these rosters. Nobody was looking bad during these games. Everyone had a shining moment. However, that is going to do it. We're going to be back with our lower finals match or I guess lower round 3 match in just a little bit. So make sure to stay tuned for that, because we got even more Valorant coming in just your way in just a little bit.
Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances, still we bleed. And when all the love had been depleted,
tomorrow. The moment is now. With a heart full of thunder, don't ask why or how. In the ruins of glory, find your ticket to ride. It's a roller coaster, baby. Buckle up for the ride. Get it, come get it if you think you can. Break through the noise like a madman. There's a fire burning deep in the night. Get it, come get it if you've got the night.
Hey, what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? I have an open invitation, but you're telling me go get lost. I don't wanna see your face. Yeah, what the hell? So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. Some Chardonnay, we camp in the parking lot. Leave traces of plastic cups. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell? So what the hell? What are you waiting for now? And what the hell? You're pretending that you like somebody else. Like you got boys waiting in line to take you home. But tell the truth, you'll spend the night alone. Let's be alone. So why don't we stay out till the morning light? Cause two wrongs can make a right. We're just doing what we feeling right now. So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Are you waiting so what the hell? So what the hell? Why you hanging on the rooftop by yourself? Always waiting for the one, but I got news for you. I'm the best that you can get, so what the hell? Yeah, what the hell? So what the hell?
Come over here. I see it in your eyes, I feel it in the air. I know you're going through it, you know I've been there. But life is like a highway, it ain't always fair. It's how you persevere, chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind. Gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Look at you now. You finally did it, finally made your mama proud. Yeah, they doubted, but the fire never drowned. Your haters in the crowd, all eyes on you now. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Your friends, they talk, saying you should be the one to stop. They say you're wrong. Don't you let them get into your thoughts. They're gonna tell you anything, but that's not the way you should think. You're a star, gonna win it all. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the moment, let it in. No holding back, can't pretend. Chasing the wind, gotta love it while you can. In the
take me alive. Get ready for the fallout. Can't stop me now. I got no rival. I'ma fight my way through the blood and pain game of survival. Anytime or place, watch 'em run away. I got none. I'll be standing on my own, never gonna take I do need you, need you. I do love you, I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you. Ooh, I love you, love you. I do need you, need you. I do love you, I do need you. I love you, love you. I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you. It's yours to leave, but it won't keep me from this hard time. And I'll try to carry on again, but I never really knew that it was over.
Those medical pills all push me over. I kill my fill 3 times a day. These ethanol fumes won't make me sober. One flame to take the pain away. I caught you lighting matches in the back room. Haters look mad when they pass you. Let's talk about around when it's past due. Reach a glass, do no. You don't gotta fight alone. You don't gotta fight alone. Don't be so personal. Take me out of the road. I'm going under.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you back at the Luxe series for our lower semifinals. Coming up at you, Empire Gaming versus Empire Vanguard from the same org, different stages. And my name is Sherry J. Joined once more. We saw him yesterday at the end, but coming in for the real map today, Hot Sauce. How you feeling about this matchup?
Feeling great. I know Empire has to be feeling good. They've got two teams that have made it very far in this bracket, but unfortunately only one can power forward to take on the Employed here a little bit later. And so excited for this best of three. I know we're going to be starting out on Haven, one of these 3 site maps that does tend to favor that attacking side just a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, moving over off that Haven, Ascent, followed by Pearl. 3 maps that have been the map pool for a quite long time. Very much those tried and trues, especially regarding those first 2. Haven, our opener, likely going to be seeing some of the same stuff we've seen all week long. That Yoro, that ISO, very likely to come out. Maybe we see some Jet maneuvering in as well. Bring them to those heights. It certainly could be an interesting map. Moving over to Ascent, same thing. Jet, very strong character. Yoru, very strong character. That's going to be something we're going to have to look out for. Those Yorus are a tricky bunch to be able to really secure in one spot. So definitely a character you don't want to worry about. And, you know, if both these orgs are playing from the same side team, they can't be really too disappointed on who loses. It's going to be that Vanguard, the seed 4, versus Empire Gaming, that seed 8. So one's double the seed than the other, so definitely one's a little bit more favored coming into this, but you really can't count anybody out before the game does happen.
Yeah, certainly a lot of talent littered on both of these squads. And interesting enough, long ago, before any maps were taken out of the map pool, Haven actually had the #1 percentage pick, followed by Ascent. So these are the 2 most popular maps. I do hope that we happen to make it toward Pearl, because it's a map that we don't see a ton of, but offers some varying strategies, and even you can see Harbor show up on Pearl. So I like the mix of compositions that you can see on Pearl. A lot of viable things that both teams can utilize. So hopefully we make it all the way to that best of 3. Obviously, both of these teams are wanting to close it out and 2 and progress forward to take on the Employed. So hopefully we won't have to wait too much longer to get into the action.
I'm super excited. As you said, that Pearl, very diverse when it comes to the map pool. Who's going to be the one to take it? It definitely could come down to the compositions. Almost every character is viable on a map like Pearl. Nobody really gets taken out of the grassroots, and it's probably going to be some pretty set in stone things, but you never can say for sure before it does come to fruition. So, Haven, our opener. I'd imagine we're going to be seeing either one of 2 things, that Sova, ISO, Yoru, Cypher, along with an Omen, or maybe they go a little bit more traditional with a Neon/Jet, Omen, Sova Breach, which has been a combo that works very proficiently on a map like Haven, and then combine it with that Omen. Astra possibly coming out here, but it's a little bit more unlikely due to that Omen just being so prevalent on Haven. So really, not too much surprises coming at us, I believe. Maybe we'll see something a little bit wonky. Maybe a team will pull out a Phoenix, which has been given a little bit of time in the tier 3 scene. However, it's not really too crazy to see too many changes here.
Yeah, I feel like we got to see hopefully a Cypher or a Killjoy, great at kind of locking down that seaside or garage potential. We talk about how split up the defense is on a map like Haven. So certainly a valuable asset. Breach, I mean, he can blind you and burn the retinas for days. So I think Breach has really had been a strong force to be reckoned with in a lot of maps upcoming now. But Neon, we've seen a little bit more. You know, I think you and I were talking briefly the other day. We saw Tins rocking some Neon on Haven. I personally am not the biggest fan of Neon, though. But we'll have to see how these teams, you know, utilize that into their compositions.
Yeah, pretty standard comps coming in from both sides. Empire Gaming, we'll see whether or not they do lock that Sova to create a mirror matchup. Probably going to happen, not going to lie. The only real change I could see is maybe you bring in a Fade. Maybe you try and rock that Teo one last time before those nerfs really do hit you as hard as possible. but when you don't have that refillable salvo, it is going to make it a little bit less likely to come out. Miz, we've seen them on this Neon before. We know their potential on this character, so certainly no slouch when it comes to it. Definitely likely to lock that in, but with only 5 seconds, Empire Gaming definitely gonna have to lock in. Oh, huh? Not sure if that's a glitch on our end, but
He said,
Huh.
we'll have to wait
Well,
and see.
well, I guess we don't know what they're locking in just yet. Huh.
All right. Well, I guess we're getting word in the background that maybe there was an issue with that player crashing, so wasn't able to get that select in. Have to kind of restart that lobby. But I'm actually kind of hoping that we do see a mirror match at this point. I think the fact that we've got two Empire teams about to go head to head, what better way than to do it with a mirror match and kind of just show who's maybe just a little bit better on the day.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing with the same org, there is always that chance that both teams have the same coach, both teams following the same philosophies. So definitely is possible that they will just play the same type of style of Valorant. I know with this type of composition, both teams are really going to want to aim for that A main pressure. A main control is going to be the name of the game here. So really, if you're Empire Gaming on the attacking side, you're going to want to try and take control first. You're the first ones to the punch, and this attacking side should favor you on a map like Haven. But we'll see if they can really take advantage, because they are playing a pretty aggressive composition, not even including the fact that Haven always favors that attacking side.
Oh, we do get him back loaded in here. It does look like we are going to get that mirror match, expecting Cypher to kind of be holding down around that C garage area. So pretty typical comps, as we have mentioned. So I expect to see something similar as far as the setups go. But as we had mentioned, we're not going to have to wait any more time to get down into it. Empire Vanguard about to take on Empire Gaming here in this best of 3. It is the loser semifinals, so no second chance opportunities down here. It is win or go home.
And going home is a tragedy, because you're only 2 games away from being able to book your ticket into that finals matchup. So Empire Gaming, can they get it done? That's the question. They are going to be, I believe, that lower seed. So they are at that 8. They've made the comeback. They've made the upsets. However, already a main presence from this Empire Vanguard squad. And now just a pivot over to the A site.
Now we see all this pressure already lurking just on the other side of the smoke. There's the pop. Miz finds the 2K. Dunks with a right click. Swaps to the ghost. Picks up another. And Empire Gaming comes out firing on all cylinders.
I don't even know what to say about this hot sauce. It's a 1v4 turned into a 1v3, but Empire Gaming with a crazy read on the map. They knew that the presence was there from the start of the round. We see it in the replay, and despite that, they instantly pivot over to B, and then they just completely diverge this A opening. CT was theirs for the taking, and Empire Vanguard had no clue. Actually, you can see, like, they were all so aware, but despite that, this firing squad just did not lose momentum.
Oh, it's a great start for them. We talked about the difference in far as seeds go, but once they get into this action, that paper goes out the window. Empire Gaming starting off on the right foot. Typically, when you take that first round, you go on to get the next round here as well. So they have to make sure they do win these important rounds. We see all the pressure coming toward mid-window here, though. Brady begins to ring out some shots, and we'll find the first one.
This was a really risky play for Empire Vanguard. The question is, will it give any rewards? The answer seems to be no. With only 1 remaining player, they're able to find 1 kill. That 1 kill was only a ghost down. Empire Gaming losing barely anything. And Empire Vanguard, I mean, they lost everything there. Another round with barely any economic damage going to the side of the gaming squad.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Vanguard, it is to be expected. They'll eco up in that round. Ideally, you hope that they get 2 picks, but they come away with at least 1, so not empty-handed. They find themselves in toward that full buy here, and so this is that important round for Empire Vanguard. They need to win their full buy round. For Empire Gaming, if they can take this one, that economic trouble is going to continue for Vanguard, an opportunity to put a couple on the board.
Oh, and already the C site being hit out. Chess player in a corner. backs against the wall. Can they find anything? Flashes go wild. Empire Gaming still just standing strong. First kill goes out of their way. Miz able to get the trade. Dunks, getting the next to really bring this player deficit back in their favor. And now the Vanguard forced into a post plant, but it won't be ready just yet. Caden gets the kill, and Empire Gaming able to get the plant out.
Beautiful crosshair placement by Caden, finding that pick. They're still at a bit of a player disadvantage here as well. Have the pressure through the smoke, but Caden's on fire! He finds the triple kill, and now it's all down to Envy. Only 5 health remaining here for Caden, though, and has to be careful. Envy tucking in toward Garage here, looking to play this post-plant positioning.
Oh, that stun reveals their location. Still able to find the kill. The pressure is there, but it won't matter. The bonus round gets converted, and Empire Vanguard is able to convert.
We talked about the importance of Empire Vanguard winning their full buy round. They're able to do so, but I mean, they do lose 4 members in the mix. We got to take a quick look at that blind. It was Caden who ended up stepping through the smoke and finding the spray transfer for that double, really turning the round around.
Oh man, coming into round number 4, that round was a little bit too close for comfort, so the gaming squad certainly gonna have their economic advantages. Meanwhile, the Vanguardians gonna be in a little bit of a lower buy, so we'll see whether or not they will be able to find a bit of a thrifty with this hero rifle. Sirion, though, they're a player you gotta watch out for here, and it seems like they might even want to input themselves up towards C main.
Little pre-fire action toward mid. No real damage done just yet as they begin to teeter with the idea of heading toward this C site. But Empire Vanguard has guessed correctly. They've got 3 in position, breach in toward the cubby here as well. And so just being patient here is both teams maybe looking for that early pick to gather that player advantage.
Lots of pressure over towards C. The extremities being completely taken over by Empire Vanguard. It's Yogi. Not going to be called out just yet. Going in, but Envy very disciplined when it comes to having that rifle out and ready. Vanguard's going to be down. This is going to be a free site for gaming as well. So they have the smokes down. Not going to be dissipating for a strong minute. But the chess player peeking out the smoke, able to find one and get back instantly.
The plan is down. It's a 4v4. Neither Neon has much health to work with here. As we do see a lot of garage control. Chess able to find Dunks with a nice headshot. 2 tucked into the clubby here, though, is Ricky on a 2K. Envy and Miz will all get a piece of the pie, and Empire Gaming right back on top.
Get ready. I go fast.
Empire Gaming taking the lead once again. That was a decent economic advantage for him, and losing that many players definitely not going to be the greatest. However, a round is a round. Doesn't matter how you completed it. And it seems as if Vanguard, they're playing a little bit more towards that strategic just default instead of going for any set plays, really collapsing on a site. So we'll see how Empire Gaming will try and play this. They're looking to play a similar situation, possibly going for some A main control already. Hunter's Fury gets activated, trying to get a peek out, but Caden's able to dodge and diverge away from that line of fire.
Let's take a little bit of damage, but yep, you're right, able to stay away from the majority of it there. So Hunter's Fury typically like to see that for that post-plant position, but just looking to get an early pick, and now, again, just trying to supplement some damage here, whether it be utility or not. And with that, we do see Empire Vanguard just backing off this A side a little bit. And I love the patience here from Empire Gaming because it's really kind of kept Empire Vanguard guessing as to where they're going to go each and every round.
Coming through.
Oh,
I'm out of here.
Vanguard. Neural Theft's going to be online. The gaming squad, they're gonna want to try and rotate away, looking to make some pressure over towards the C site. Smokes do get spotted by chess player. They know that C site's gonna be the incoming destructive attack. Do they go in for it? Yes. Cage is activated. But they don't go to aggressive. Flashes out, but Dunks, able to get the kill. Caden gets the trade. And Hot Sauce, it seems as if the Vanguard squad might possibly be able to make some waves. Maybe not, though. Lots of ults coming in. 1v1 position after Ricky takes down Yogi. And after they converge a 1v1, it's not going to matter. And the Vanguard takes another win, trying to equalize this.
Yeah, that's the second big clutch here from Omen. as they now put 2 rounds in the board. We talk about the importance of finding rounds in bunches. So far, only Empire was able to do that in the first 2. Since then, it's been a little game of tug of war back and forth, but Empire Gaming, the economy not ideal. They're going to opt to limp into this and hopefully stay around that 1,800 mark so that they can ensure a bye in the following round. Miz looking to get lucky with a Bucky out here.
Yeah, you really got to poke and prod if you're on the side of Empire Vanguard. Take these fights when they favor you. Now, as of now, there's the Hunter's Fury, but it's not going to be able to connect onto too much. Paranoia goes out, but I don't believe that did find its way. And that Judge is going to go in, and Chess Player finds the kill. Dunksino falls down, and that's the smoke stop line. And Empire Vanguard can have another player advantage.
Gotta be careful though. Chess is tucked in toward Cubby with that Judge still in hand, and now they're gonna combine for 3. It's Neon left standing here, and Empire Vanguard looking for a flawless round.
Mize doing all they can with a Bucky in hand, but Empire Gaming will not be able to keep the Empire alive. Their big deficit in rounds, going 3-1, will be equalized by the Vanguards.
A bit of back and forth here in that game of tug of war that we were talking about, but both teams will find themselves in toward this full buy here. So really, again, another one of these important rounds for both squads, as it could give them an opportunity to put 2 in a row. The alt economy slightly favoring Empire Gaming at the moment, but there is still 1 on deck and ready to flex for the Vanguards.
We gotta really take into account the fact that Hunter's Fury was not online for both these teams. They've both been able to really put in pressure with it. However, look at this aggression already. This Neon stunned up. Aftershock's gonna be there in between a rock and a hard place. However, Miz takes the lead. A triple kill, finally getting shut down by Caden. And Empire Gaming still gonna be making these efforts to bring it back, but the Vanguard gives nothing. Caden gives nothing. A triple kill, making this a 1v2.
I mean, the slide dash and that 3rd kill from Miz was insane. Now you take a look at Cade, and he says, yeah, if you can do it, I can do it too, but a bit better. Ricky gets 1, and now the 2K. Everybody's popping heads and getting bread out here.
This round was a round of all-stars, and everyone playing their part perfectly. We see the aggression coming in from the Neon on Empire Vanguard, and they were just instantly overwhelmed with utility. And look at Miz being an absolute rocket against Empire Gaming, and just the thorn that Caden put into the side of them as well. The gaming squad could not keep up with this just insane prowess. And in a 1v2, when everything looks the toughest, Ricky is the one to count on.
I mean, one thing's for certain, these Empire squads definitely have some headshot clickers here, as Twitter will find one more. Sion gets 1, and now Brady able to trade it back, but not before the damage is done. It's a 3-for-1 trade here in Vanguard. Now things clicking once more here in round number 8.
The HP is not really there, though. The Vanguard squad gonna have to really pull through. 1 good shot to the body is going to be able to collect on 2 kills, and especially when one of them's the Rolling Thunder. If you can take that offline nice and easy, definitely would be a nice kill to proceed this round with. But they want to play slow.
Only 2 health here for Omen as well on the other side of things, so if Empire Gaming could find a pick or 2 before getting that plant down, it could be huge. You take a look at the health of Breach as well, and there's just not a ton on the cards, but they are playing this nice little crossfire positioning at the moment.
Oh, they're starting to enter sight. Brady gonna be the one to take contact, and they do shut down the Hunter's Fury, giving access to the Neural
30
Theft.
seconds
Being
left.
able to isolate these picks would be nice. They want to make sure the Sove is the one to find. Can they get it? They hear the footsteps. That's going to be the audio cue for the Vanguard squad as well. We already see the rotations being pulled, and Spike will go down, giving an extra 200 credits.
Spike planted.
Oh, Caden going up towards heaven. They're going to be the first one to spot him, likely, but Empire Gaming, having 1 remaining player, needing this round to keep up their lead, and the Paranoia barely connects.
Brady does spot 1. He connects for the triple, and it's an ace on the cards. It's immediately shut down by Caden here. And, well, a great round as we see back and forth once more. Chess will be able to find that defusal here, but we'll be tied up again after 8 rounds.
The game has been so tug of war, and neither empire has been able to launch their true attack and just take the rounds at a commanding force. Everything has been close. In the Empire Gaming squad, their lead that they started with after taking the pistol has diminished to nothing. It is a 0-round deficit for both teams, and so much is equalized right now, except for the economy. The Vanguard squad has a massive stranglehold on their opponents when it comes to that. Now, can they bring this into fruition and get an even bigger snowball, possibly collect 6, even 8 rounds? I'd go ahead and say it's definitely a possibility.
Anything's possible out here on the attacking side. I mean, or more specifically on the defensive side, you hope to get at least 4 rounds, and Vanguard's already done that. So they've got to be pleased with the start to this half here as well. Anything extra could lead to some smoother sailing in that next half, but we will see Empire Gaming now slow things down a bit, going back to what was working in those first couple rounds.
Moving back to your original plans, the Vanguard squad gonna really not give anything. They're keeping themselves on the sites, not really being too proactive across the map. And on the opposite side, the Empire Gaming squad, they're really making their way, and they're just working this A control. Nobody here to protect them. And it seems as if this is a prediction that will work out for the Vanguard's favor, with both initiators holding down this site. It's gonna be difficult to get them off.
I thought Miz was about to work the magic once more, but Twitter able to find one. He gets the second here as well, and now they're stuck in a hailstorm of utility. Ricky able to get a consolation prize, but the damage has been done. And again, looking at another 4v2 situation.
And pulling the rotations with Dunksnow being spotted. That's going to leave this B site free for the picking. And the Vanguard squad has no clue. They're already having one person rotating over towards C. However, it's going to be the B site that will be the opportunistic. Oh, and the Vanguard, they're going to be able to completely collapse on this with one over towards C flank and one towards A. However, chess player getting the first, isolating the kill. And that's going to be massive FPS down for the count. And the Vanguard squad will win this round.
It'll be the first time that they've been able to gather the lead here as well. It's been back and forth and plenty of tied games, but with that, they see themselves up on top here for the time being, and now that momentum maybe beginning to shift. It has been Vanguard who's been able to stack a couple rounds in a row each time up to the plate here. Both teams have that full buy yet again, but you take a look at the economy once more for Empire Gaming, and it has all but dwindled away.
Yeah, the Vanguard squad on the other hand, they've been able to continuously grow it, and their economy is looking so flourished right now, with multiple players up 2,000 plus in gold or credits coming into the round number 10. This is a big one. If you lose here, you're down 6-4, looking to have a very low economy. There's the Rolling Thunder, and it activates, making this entire gaming squad in an uncomfortable position. However, Brady will limit the success.
Yeah, good job by Neon to toss up the fast lane there to prevent that Rolling Thunder to have some success. But Caden now on the Hunter's Fury finding a pick as well. There was some plaid stripes in the kill feed. Everybody getting a bit involved, but it's Vanguard once more who comes out on top of the situation. So they'll look to find the plant here from Gaming onto the C site, but they'll have that player advantage to work with.
Ricky, someone who's been so successful on the C side. Flashpoint gets activated. Ricky is the one to punch. Cam goes out, doesn't spot anybody. Gives Brady the information it's likely going to be in garage that they need to look out for. However, they can be spotted. Oh, Yogi, so aggressive. Now you got to make sure that this concuss hits him if you want to drop that now. If not, it's going to reveal your location, but their body gets spotted, and Brady finds success, equalizing at 10-10.
I mean, this is great by Vanguard, or by Empire Gaming, excuse me. They had the numbers stacked against them. It was a beautiful 2K where they almost line up for the collateral there for Ricky, and then just great decision making here for Brady. They're able to get that plant. They're aware that this pressure could be coming from that garage side. They've got the intel they need, and I mean, at the bare minimum, you got to be able to hit the shots. That's what we see from the Cypher, from Brady here to wrap up the round and tie it up once more.
Great shots, and you really got to thank Ricky, able to close that 3-2 player deficit. That man advantage was not enough to bring out the round. Now the Vanguard squad already keeping over to C, and it seems, oh, they do not stick it. So from the shadows will be expended. However, not too much of a waste. Maz and FPS, they are super aggressive on a short. One wrong peek without the desire to contest could possibly lead to gaming death. And Miz pushing up. They have a judge. Not too good in the close range, but there's Caden able to capitalize on Ricky. Miz pulling out the overclock, able to find the equalizer. However, the HP not in their favor. Neural Theft gets activated, looking to figure out the positions, and it will give them the ideology of, we need to get on that retake as soon as possible. We don't fight yet, but as soon as everyone's here, we're going to be the ones to find success.
Well, Miz, judge in hand, needs to use the CQB to their favor here. Most of the action teetering around this garage area here as well, and potentially all three players wanting to pressure it this way. Still trying to make a decision as we see Chess now beginning to cheat forward here. Has the Vandal in hand and Omen to work with. That buddy system, they might be able to find at least one pick here, though, on the judge. No, it's Chess, and that's a big pick for the Vanguard squad.
A complete and utter demolishing on this retake. 3 players go in, 3 players come out, and Empire Gaming completely shell-shocked. After the judge unable to find even a single lick of damage, Empire Vanguard completely demolishing. However, the economy is at least a little bit better. It's not amazing, but they can at least buy one good rifle on Envy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scrappy buy, but I mean, it's the final round of the first half, so you buy everything that you can there and look to see, you know, what you can make happen. They got 2 ultimates to work with here, so, you know, hopefully even with that lesser weaponry, they'll still be able to pull it out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is so rough. Miz is going to go in so aggressively, but Envy is the one success. Hunter's Fury gets launched and Envy falls. Yogi's going to be traded out with that ult coming in. The From the Shadows is huge to be able to get him in the back line, but Mazin called out immediately. 25 HP on the board and going in aggressive. Paranoia active, able to connect onto 2. There's the Shrouded Footsteps and able to get out. And that Paranoia will be able to cancel the sound cues. However, one still hears a precise shot to the head. Able to collect 8 bullets in the chamber. Finds another. But that's all they will get. Brady in a 1v1 situation. Able to clear it out. Canceling the possibility of an ace. But Empire Gaming, they still got a little bit to work with. Despite canceling that aggression in a main, one will still be working up from behind.
Yeah, that was a great quadra from Omen there, even despite the fact those last 2 kills came in when he had virtually no health. So now we get to see that Cypher on Cypher action. Brady's better be careful, though, because, yeah, I'm not sure he's aware that this flank is coming in from behind. He might have just heard that audio cue, though. Now tries to shift toward a window, but caught in the jump, and it's Chess Player with a big kill.
Oh my gosh, a crazy ending to this half. Empire Vanguard barely able to scrape away the win on the half, making a 2-round deficit despite being down practically the whole half, only able to bring it back once that 5-round lead came to them when they were up 5-4. Now though, Vanguard, they're moving to the attacking half. Can they replicate the success? Honestly, I'm not sure, but I know that the gaming squad, they certainly showed a lot of real talent. Now, they are going to be that 8 seed going up against the 4, obviously, so you wouldn't expect them to win this series, but never know. You can't tell.
I mean, the fact that they're playing this well, you know, against their friends here that are, as you mentioned, seated at least 4 positions higher than them, I think speaks volumes for how well they've been playing, their growth throughout the season here. And so a real opportunity to take a game away here from Empire Vanguard and begin to build off the back of that. It seemed like Empire Vanguard maybe struggled just a little bit in those opening rounds, but they've seemed to find their stride here, and they've been working very well together.
Already pushing in. Empire Vanguard gonna be putting a little bit of prowess, getting rid of the tripwires, and that does give a little bit of information over towards the gaming squad. Do they decide to push? That's the question. And also with how inputted up they are in a main, the flashpoint's going to be able to connect, but nobody sees them. Ricky finds 1, Ricky finds 2, finds a triple. And they want to get the 4th, but it won't be there. Chess Player's able to limit the success, but Empire Gaming has already done the bleeding.
You got to check your corners, and that's the perfect reason why. That was a huge 3K all day for our boy Ricky. They eventually snuffed out that flame, but the damage again has been done. You take a look at the health here of Cypher, and it is basically non-existent. So a real opportunity here for Empire to Gaming to not only win that pistol round, but to go on, win the following round, and look to tie it up as Mazen has been spotted here. We'll get a dink on toward the Neon, and in the right click we trust, he finds a beautiful headshot.
30
And
seconds
Brady,
left.
opposite side of the map, able to cancel the flank. That was the one win con you really got to play for if you were on that Vanguard squad. All up to Mags. Can they conclude it? Brady will fall, isolating the one. But 15 seconds, you got to make a beeline to the C site. And it will be able to get the spike down,
10
giving
seconds
the
left.
extra money. But Empire Gaming, they got no flank. Now you just got to be able to work your way in. They will opt in for Garage. HP not there. Can they make it happen?
18 health. Cards certainly stacked against them. Spots one. Shots ring out now in toward Garage. They continue to work the game of cat and mouse, but it's Dunks who will dunk to the dome and send them home. Empire Gaming find themselves down by one, but they're going to have that advantage here in this next round as well, and a real opportunity to tie it up once more.
Now, something we gotta note. Every series in the past 2 days that we've been able to witness, it has been one team to win every single pistol. Can that replicate here today? Seems like the answer might be yes. However, Empire Gaming, despite winning these pistols, they still are not able to win out on the half. Maybe this will be different. There's no conclusion just yet. Obviously, 7-7 would be nice, but we do see Sion going in with a Stinger full shield. They're really investing into this round, really gambling on success here. Can this work out for them? It seems like the answer is no, with Sion almost already falling.
That might be in his best interest to give someone else that Stinger. They had 3 members invest into this round slightly that would allow or not allow them to buy in the following round should they not have success here. So really taking a big gamble. We'll see if it does pay off. As you mentioned, Sion already down to 24 health though, and has some decisions to make here.
Oh, just completely trapped in Garage, trying to find a way out, trying to find some kind of advantage to take, but there's not really many faults in Empire Gaming's defenses. They're playing 4 sides, and they are going to explode onto the C site. Sion going in aggressive. Flash going to be there. Mai's able to take him down with the judge, and going in even more aggressive. Finds a double kill. Brady gets the third, and Empire Gaming all but winning the round.
One enemy remaining.
Up top, the judge. He'll be the jury and the verdict as he rains down a couple shotgun shells to the dome. Ricky will find Chess. Chess got one on the way out, so it's not quite a flawless round for Empire Gaming as they only lose a single member, but that's going to allow them to invest in those 401ks, to put stacks in the bank and make those falling rounds a bit easier. Here's that full buy round for Vanguard, however, and a very important round for them.
This is where you really gotta rely on that IGL on the attacking side. Because honestly, with the way they've been playing a couple of these rounds on their attacking side, especially the last one, it looked good, where they were just playing in Garage, trying to take advantage. Obviously, it wasn't a round they were supposed to win, but I think it was just a little bit sloppy in general. This round, however, definitely not the case. Shutting me up for sure with Empire Gaming already down 3 players. The aggression they tried on A main completely going against their favor.
And that's what I love about these two teams is that the moment you think that one is about to get that lead and is really looking like they could run away with it, they find a relatively quick response. They answer back in dominating fashion in following rounds, and that's what we're seeing from Vanguard here in this round. Dunks, a lot of angles to clear, and you can see with that X-ray vision, there is a firing squad waiting on the A site for him.
Paranoia comes out, able to slow Dunks down for at least a little bit. There's the call out with the ping. We see Empire Gaming already opting for a save over towards C main, but I think you got to get both players over there. And Empire Vanguard, they will be able to control this round by the looks of it. A consolation kill is there, but they drop. Oh my god, they drop. I guess they want to die the bomb, get that extra credit. Not sure if it's totally worth it, but they will end up going for it either way.
You know, no harm, no foul, I suppose. Wanting to take an attempt there. I would have liked to see him maybe drop a little earlier to see if they could have potentially snuck in that ninja defuse, so to speak. But Empire Vanguard will find themselves up on top once more. They win that all-important buy round for them, but on the return side of things, we now see Empire Gaming coming into their full buy round as well. And, well, we've got an op alert because Miz has that operator in hand here as well. And, well, Ricky's got the Hunter's Fury, so they've got the toolkit here on the belt to come back and look to tie things up once more in round number 16.
Already, flashpoint goes out. There's the Hunter's Fury, active, controlling the battlefield, and Empire Gaming already up to a strong start. Chess player down for the count. That's the Sentinel, and Miz with the operator in hand, piloting this gun. It sometimes can be a glass cannon, however, not this time. Dumped as well. 1, 2, 3, pick them all off, and Empire Gaming flawlessly controls the round.
Dunk straight dunking on him. The three-piece was a beautiful one, and that's what we keep talking about, the ability of these squads to answer back in these huge defining moments, and that's what we see here from Empire Gaming, and this was definitely worth a look at another replay.
Oh man, both of these teams have been so good when it comes down to it. It makes you wonder who is feeding these Empire players. Certainly an organization with so much talent backing them. And honestly, I wish both of these teams could make it on to that grand finals, make it up to Toronto. However, only one can do it. Definitely it could be either team to make it happen, but as of now, this lower semifinal is definitely not a match to scoff at.
8-8 as we head into this again. Both these teams trying to maintain that lead and hope to extend it. Neither of them have been able to do so just yet. The Aldrone goes out, but not a lot of intel to be had here, and you wonder if that's going to cause an early rotation from this defensive squad. Again, both attacking sides really have displayed great patience.
Already, chess player on the work. Not going to be too many players to find angles to engage on him. There's no trip wires that they really have to worry about either. There's the camera, able to figure them out. Cyber Cage comes out, and they will just be able to remove themselves, relinquish their positioning. However, as that happens, fault line comes out, not able to connect onto Sion. Back in the back lines, Envy finds the first. Ricky's gonna get traded. Envy's still alive, and they still try and find value, but it's just gonna be bits of damage. No kill in sight.
Oof. Caden will take a bit of damage through the wall there. Almost goes down. 32 health left remaining. They spot Omen on the right side. Sprays come back. Dunk somehow comes away unscathed from the hailstorm of bullets that was thrown his direction.
Oh, and now it's all up to these three players to be able to take the lead back for the Empire Gaming squad. They had such a good last round, but right now it seems like it's almost impossible. The concuss doesn't connect, and Empire Gaming falls. No kills on the retake. And it is going to be the Vanguard to take the lead once more.
Vanguard had 3 of the 4 members that were dangerously close to death, but again, we see this tug of war. It continues. Vanguard up on top for the time being, and again, the attacking side tends to be slightly favored, but both of these teams have done a good job of navigating through the difficulties of each other, and so we see this tug of war back and forth continue. It'll be up to Empire Gaming to reel it back once more. Now, both of these squads have a full buy. The economy slightly more favoring of Empire Vanguard, but it's really not too far off.
Oh, Empire Vanguard already exploding into garage, looking to take the pressure. Not a whole ton of players to contest them with. No flank being seen either from the gaming squad. Maybe we will see the Sova going for one, but right now it's all up to Brady, but shot through a smoke. Completely insane. And Empire Gaming, that's so unlucky.
I know exactly where you are.
See Vanguard taking complete control here as Cypher will look for a bit of intel going out. Now Masson tucked in toward garage here. They can see that all of them are beginning to pressure through spawn side here, other than Sova that's heading through the B site. And so Empire Gaming, they've got some work to do, but Vanguard hasn't dropped a single member yet, and they are sitting in a great post-plant position.
We've seen this from the Empire Gaming squad. They haven't been able to get anything. Ricky's going to be able to open it up, but opening it up just leads to disaster spilling out. And Empire Gaming unable to make this retake work their way once more.
I mean, Dunks, they've got no health, 3v1 retake, no time. So wise decision here to look to save this rifle, as we do see a few members of Vanguard go on the hunt here in both spawns, but they're not going to be able to track down Empire Gaming. Vanguard will get a 2-point cushion, a little bit of breathing room to work with. And on the other side of things, the economy, again, in some trouble. Empire Gaming is going to look to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
I think if you're Empire Gaming, what you need to do is just play the site more, because they are going off site. They're trying to play retake, which, yeah, that works for some teams. But if you're a team that isn't really too coordinated with your utility yet, maybe you haven't been together long enough, it is rough. It is genuinely rough to have to play a retake like that, especially when you are running this double initiator composition and are down one of them already, because it leaves you with very little utility to make anything actually happen.
They're going to dash right onto the site. They said enough pitter patter. It's time to get out, or they explode onto the C side here. And with that, I mean, the dart does connect, able to spot one. Sion on a tear, and he finds the Quadra in no time. And now he's on the hunt. There's an ace on the cards, and you better believe he's hungry for kills. He can't seem to get full, but Caden says, Snatch, you've got enough. It's time to share some of those kills. It's a flawless round for Empire Vanguard, and now they are just one away from clutching it up.
Hot sauce. I definitely expected the Empire Gaming to lose that round, but in the fashion that happened, it was leaving me shell-shocked. I mean, very little utility even came out. We see the flash going in onto the car, but you don't see a flash really to affect anybody playing in front of it. So this position leaves them open to so many different angles, and Empire Vanguard just took complete capitalization off of that. They need to change something. If you're Empire Gaming, you gotta block them off early. You can't play retake. And I saw the breach ult and I knew, like, there's not a lot you can do about this, but playing a 5-man retake coming in from CT just isn't gonna work for you. Maybe you try and wait, let somebody get on a flank, have 2 people go garage, 2 people go CT, but having all 4 stacked over there, it leaves you to so many susceptible dangers, and it's not a good position to have to take.
It looks like they're considering this A pressure here. Sova tucked into a very tough spot here, and now the utility will rain down. Sion to find that first pick. Up from behind, though, it's Miz Yogi, quick on the trade, and just like that, Vanguard will have a player advantage to work with once more.
It's just to be expected. And at this point, no Neon, no Sova for Empire Gaming. Empire Vanguard, they've already almost completely taken over the site. This is what exactly needs to happen. Paranoia comes out, but everyone's able to get away. Overdrive activated, and Sion going in, and they will be able to capitalize. They will be able to find the pick, not giving anything. Dunks down, however, Brady will trade, trying to get more. So far, the Neon recharge is in order, but Empire Vanguard, they are forced into a corner. Envy possibly able to make something happen. Let's see if they can do it.
It's a nice find. They find the first one. Sion does get the triple, but the damage done. 5 health for Envy, and it's just not enough. Chess player says, you're playing checkers, I'm playing chess, and it's checkmate now as Empire Vanguard moves to match point.
Honestly, that was just a bit of tunnel vision. I think that was so winnable for Envy there because they had that Rolling Thunder online. You drop that in, you knew where they were. That was a free kill, but unfortunately, they just got a little bit too overexcited and they went for it instead. It was a good idea. It was a great idea. I think Empire Vanguard played that pretty good. It was just a problem in which they were a little bit too aggressive and too eager to try and get this round over. They need to be able to take this one step at a time, take a deep breath, and Empire Vanguard, they're already going in with some ults, but Ricky is instantly going to shut it down. Caden gets the death, and now with Ricky shutting him down, that might be the opening Vanguard need, or the Empire Gaming needed to take this round.
Yeah, I mean, their backs are against the wall as far as this first map goes. They've got to get 4 in a row if they want to extend this one in toward that overtime. Brady being patient here, waiting for this smoke to dissipate. Tripwire destroyed on the other side, but it's Ricky with a Guardian to find the 3K. Brady quick to get the trade back, as we did see Mazem take down Sova there in garage, and now it's a 4v1 favoring Empire Gaming.
And Empire Gaming able to secure one more round. They've been down a lot, but the snowball is starting to seclude. 3 rounds away from overtime. but it's a difficult mountain ahead of you to climb over. Anybody is going to have a problem with this, even if you are one of these better teams. Obviously, Vanguard, we said it before, we're going to say it again. They are 4 seed. They are a team that you would expect to be in that top 4. Gaming, on the other hand, they were coming into this the 8 seed. They've made a lot of upsets to get this far. And the question becomes, will they be able to do it? Obviously, this 4 seed team, they lost to the team that was in that upper final. And now they lost as well. So you're going to be having a rematch later on if you are this 4 seed in Empire Vanguard.
Well, they've got 3 additional opportunities to look to close out map number 1 before we head in toward Ascent. Envy here toward A. Link has been spotted. Those shots ring out, and Envy does find one before Breach comes in to get that trade. Brady popping shots through the smoke, but unfortunately no real damage done just yet.
Oh, Masson going in with Paranoia in hand. They want to make something. Flashpoint gets activated, able to connect the blind. However, not for long. Dunksino gets the kill. Yogi on a triple. Vanguard, they need to make some kind of play here. There's the concuss. Stun line goes through. However, the fault line not able to connect. Empire Gaming still just working their way up. Stuns and flashes, and everything is gone. Utility down the drain. Empire Gaming going to fall. One more. An ace to secure map 1. And Empire Vanguard reigns supreme.
Yogi does it. There's the ace to wrap it up. What a way to close out map number 1 for Empire Vanguard, as it was a close back and forth for the majority of it. But right at the end, Vanguard, they found that stride. They put those extra rounds in bunches, and they solidified the dub with an ace in dominating fashion. So for Empire Gaming, they're going to have to get set to try it here on Ascent. They'll get another opportunity, and I'd love to see it go all the way to a best of 3 because it's been a little while since I've got to see some Pearl action.
Yeah, 100%. Moving over to Ascent. I mean, both these teams certainly play that meta, so I wouldn't expect to see anything different, and I'd hope that both teams can play to their strengths a little bit better. Obviously, that attacking side for Vanguard really showed promise. So moving over to a very defensive map, I'd like to see if there's possibly going to be a change in the pace. But we're going to be seeing you right after a short little break. Make sure to not go anywhere, because we'll be back with even more Valorant action. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining you for the Luxe series once more. My name is Cherry J, joined by Hot Sauce, and after a crazy map number 1, we're heading over to Italy for Ascent.
I love Ascent. You know, that we did see some recent changes toward Ascent here. I think Killjoy, even though it was very viable before, even more so now, you can put that lockdown toward the B site, really completely cut everything off. You can't necessarily just spam through the wall like you used to be able to there with an Odin, so to speak. So I've liked the changes. I feel like the metas for this map, though, have really kind of remained the same. Even so, typically, you know, that Killjoy or that Cypher, ISO, Euro. I mean, I feel like ISO and Euro work almost anywhere at this point right now, given their current situations. But hopefully we see, as much as I do like the mirror matches, I would like to see maybe a little bit difference in compositions this time.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that Killjoy a little bit less likely to come out. Obviously, after the Teo nerfs, she becomes a little bit more viable. She makes a good case in argument for why you'd want to pick her up, especially on Ascent, which is probably her best, if not second best map right now. But I do think that if these teams are really trying to find some good picks, I'd believe that the Vice and Mirror Vice is probably going to be out there. I'd imagine based on map 1, where we saw both teams go for a Neon, we're probably going to see both teams go for a Jet. Just because of, like, it's Jet. Jet and Neon, very similar characters. Oh, this is a surprising turn of events. We actually might see a Yoru, which obviously, as you said, very meta pick on almost every map right now. So really is to be expected. However, yep, Mirror Vice going to be there. And actually a Deadlock, which I love from Empire Vanguard, because of how, like, mediocre their defensive side looked last game. They're really going to play into the strength of Ascent, which this map thrives when you're playing a good double Senti comp.
Yeah, I mean, KO is certainly a very valuable asset on a map like Ascent as well. So we do see a little bit difference in compositions at the moment. Jet, as you mentioned, just really good. I mean, you can drop the smokes, you can caterpillar on towards site, get up on toward Jin if you're heading toward A, kind of cause that disruption in the backline of the defense as you begin to kind of explode onto site. So Sova certainly does not surprise me in this map. Neither does Omen, so to speak. I feel like we have seen a lot more Omen. It used to be a lot of Clove, but I feel like she's kind of gone to the wayside temporarily.
Clove very good when it comes to a team that might be a little bit more of a pug stomper team, where you just want to have those solo carry people and you just want to have everyone just run it down with rifles, similar to things like that Reyna, like that ISO, which, yes, they can be extremely powerful if in the right hands. But when it comes down to a game like this where everything's on the line, you really don't want to have that one player who needs to do it all, because if they're not having an on day, it might be a little bit difficult making the value out of a Clove. Meanwhile, Omen, very tried and true. The Paranoia, one of, if not the strongest non-ultimate abilities in the game, due to its CC ability and just that instant stun, or not stun, flash technique, along with taking down audio cues. So Empire Vanguard, their composition, very meta right now. I think that there's a little room to wiggle with that Deadlock, maybe swap it for a Cypher, but that's what you see in the highest level play. On the opposite side, KO, a little bit surprising to me. It's been a while since we've really seen KO prevalent at the top of tier 1, especially on Ascent, due to that double Sentinel usually taking the place of the KO, keeping that Sova in its place. However, in a scenario where you are playing against a double Senti composition, you really can't be too upset when you have a KO. That nullification really does put in the effort and really does do the heavy lifting when it comes to being able to break that utility.
Yeah, and I know a lot of teams were running double Sentinel specifically to try and deal with Tejo. And so with those recent nerfs from Tejo, I think Tejo is still a viable character, but with those recent nerfs, we see a lot less of Tejo. And so I think we do see teams not necessarily stuck into running that, but Ricky already popping off. They've had a lot of success in these pistol rounds for Empire Gaming. They're going to get the first 2 picks to kick things off here as well.
It's not going to be any real set in stone victory just yet, with Vanguard not able to really come out on top. It's a 4v3, but it could go anyone's way. And I especially say that with Vanguard having a little bit of a pinch, so maybe, yeah, this is just gonna be Vanguard's way to win, and Dunksino especially gonna be called out a little bit, but it's just not enough. Envy on the double, and Dunksino secures the... In Empire Vanguard, they're already off to the start you would expect with how just obliterous this composition can be. I'm already feeling scared. I genuinely think we're going to see a 10-2.
10-2 would be pretty wild given the outcome of the first half in that first series, but For me, it's a little too early to tell. We've only got one round down, and as we mentioned earlier, typically when you win that first round, you do go on to win that second one. That full buy round for both squads is the important one that I look for, but you take a look at Vanguard here, and they are forcing in a bit. We like to stay around that 1,800 number. If they don't find a way to get some kills or picks in this round, they could be in trouble for the next one if they don't find a win.
The grab net did connect onto the Omen, I believe. It's Yogi though with right click, able to get one. Dunsino though on a quadra kill. Dunsino completely rolling the lobby with that Bulldog. And yeah, Empire Gaming, this is exactly what you'd expect. Very defensive map, and you're running a double senti into it. Now you were saying like you 10-2, that'd be crazy. But like honestly, I would not be surprised if we see 10-2 and it goes 12-12, or we see 9-3 and it goes 12-12. I think genuinely, this game could be either team's win, because I don't care. Empire Gaming could win bonus, go up 5-0, and I'd still say either team could win because of just how stupid this map is right now.
Oh, Dunks is putting in work on the Bulldog here. Feel like the Bulldog is a highly underrated weapon at times, but we do see a lot of pressure here toward mid. Jet about to step through. The blind is good, and Miz able to dash back, but Sion able to catch him in that smoke there. So the trade 1-for-1 does come out. Caden looks to clear out a bit of this mid area, has to clear Pizza here as well. And I do believe they spotted that one tucked just outside of market.
Yeah, getting the spot, but it won't matter because Empire Gaming has that sheer up there. If Empire Vanguard goes for some audio cues, it will give Empire Gaming a little bit of notification. However, you could just send a decoy up there if you do have that intuition. I'm not sure if the drone spotted it or not, but that would be an interesting idea. That won't be the case. Instead, just really diverging into tree. So now that they're all up here, they're going to be a little bit captured, and that leaves Dunsino with the paranoia and just showing why Dunsino is on this Omen character. They're an absolute force to be reckoned with, especially with this utility.
Already putting up kills in bunches through the first 2 rounds. Doesn't have a ton of health to work with here, though. We'll get off toward the other side, and with that, we see Maz will begin to back off a little bit here. Opts to not gather that additional orb as they make their way back. You take a look at the spike. It's down in an incredibly awkward spot here as well. With just 15 seconds left, most likely we'll see Mazen just kind of pull back and save the rifle here.
It was an interesting idea to try and fight for tree control. However, there's just so many things you got to worry about, and the factors beyond your control really do leave Empire Vanguard with just a little bit of a rock and a hard place that they're stuck in between. So Empire Gaming, they take bonus with 4 players left. Vanguard, I mean, it's rough. It is rough. I think defaulting is going to be the name of the game. Playing aggressive mid, it's all right. However, I think that you're just utilizing a little bit too much, and you're giving your opponents in the Vanguard squad, or in the Empire Gaming squad, sorry, a little bit too much time to rotate. So if you're Vanguard, I think just play a little bit slower. Bait out the utility from your opponents. Possibly try and find a lurk somewhere up towards B, up towards A, possibly make your way towards mid, and that could be the key to winning.
Say right now, I'd definitely be staying away from Dunk over on that A side, as he's 8-0 already, has upgraded from that Bulldog, collecting a weapon in the previous round here. And so Gaming, or Vanguard rather, says, let's try a little bit of this B action. We've struggled over toward the A site. See if they can get something moving here. Vibes begins to back off toward the site, and again, these smokes come in and really slow down this initial push.
And already the site's been taken. This is really good for the side of Empire Vanguard, at least for a little bit. Ricky's going to be able to get their life taken, but Envy coming on in hot is going to be falling down. However, the site has one on it. Hayden just trying to buy the time, but it's just not in time. And Empire Vanguard, 1 remaining player, and they will be executed. 4 rounds converted, despite the site being taken finally. Empire Gaming is still holding strong.
A beautiful 4-0 start here. 9-0 for Dunks. Envy at 5-0 as well, and the whole crew playing very well together at the moment. Miz, who had a pretty nice game in that previous map as well, struggling just a little bit here, but with an op in hand now of Jet at 1-4, most likely should be able to get that ball rolling.
Empire Vanguard with their backs starting to be against the wall. Obviously, this is all part of the plan, at least for now. The operator is going to be online, though, for Empire Gaming, so it really is going to be tough to make any presence towards mid. And if this is where you fall down, make a map 3 approach. This is rough because they've been 2-0ing all of their opponents through this lower bracket. They've made 4 wins or 3 wins at this point, and it is going to be difficult to make anything more if you get taken down here. But Miz already finding this first blood makes Empire Gaming or Empire Vanguard really starting to doubt themselves.
Is doing a great job of getting out and relocating here as well. We see 2 continuing to pressure toward the mid area, 2 lingering toward the A site here as well. And it's Yogi to find a nice shot on Dunks, but Dunks was able to take out Mazin first. So no harm, no foul. You find that trade at a bare minimum there and begin to work with that. Miz, again, we talked about them rotating to a new spot here. Now into the crosshair, but Sova comes away with their life after that very close shot here from Miz. The second one doesn't connect either.
Rotations get pulled. Lots of players over towards mid. Brady's going to be the first one to the trigger. And Empire Vanguard, 1 player remaining once more. And the gaming squad constantly just in the front foot of Ascent. 5 rounds. I said I think they'd go 5-0. But I didn't actually think that they were going to go this insanely dominant in a 5-0. I thought that Vanguard would always be able to brute force their way into a site and possibly make it the clutch. But no. Empire Gaming, despite only having 1 Senti, they've been the team to constantly hold the defenses, not even allow this site to go to Vanguard.
Another dominating round win here for Empire as they continue to stack them in bunches here. And that's the first death for Dunks as well. You take a look at the economy, talking about investing here in the stonks and bonds, because they have got stacks on stacks at the moment. And I think this is a wise decision here from Empire Vanguard to take a timeout. I often say anywhere between 3 and 6 rounds in succession, it's always a good idea to take a timeout, talk over the strategy, not just for this round, the following round, and just at a bare minimum, maybe hope to slow down the tempo and the pace of your opponents.
And Empire Vanguard, this is not a situation that you can take lightly. They have been in positions where you would not expect them to win. Vibing out Vex to the 10 seed. That was their first match in the lower bracket. They won. They won that pretty dominantly. Then they went up against Monarch X. This is the number 1 seed coming into the playoffs. The team that you would expect to win. However, they were still able to 2-0 that. And then going up against the 2 seed right afterwards. And they still kept up their momentum, beating out the number 2 seed. This is the 8 seed that they're going up against and getting absolutely massacred by. Half of these rounds have been 4 players remaining on the side of Empire Gaming. Like, this has not been a close game whatsoever so far. And you really got to change something. If you are on this Empire Vanguard squad, maybe you just try and, like, get the mentality up, get everyone laughing, get everyone excited. Like, I don't know what you got to do, but certainly something must be.
Maybe take a note from the Penguins book there and start flipping tables and wreaking havoc. Huge shout out to not only the producer, but the observer in the background, Nick, for always doing such a wonderful job here as we crack in to round number 6. It was Vanguard who took map number 1. It's Empire Gaming who's showing a dominating performance to start off here in map number 2. And Miz already on that op, beginning to be a force to be reckoned with.
Just look at that unwavering position, and oh my gosh, Sion's finally going to be able to come online. Empire Vanguard looking like they can take it round. There's going to be the cosmic drifting through the world. Man's going to be able to get taken down. Envy on a double, making Vanguard have 1 remaining player, 30 HP on the board, and they must find something.
Need something here. Got to pull that rabbit out of the hat that we were talking about, but with just 30 health to do so, things get a bit more difficult here. Would like to hopefully find that pick before they try to get this initial plant, but right now Empire Gaming just doing a great job of kind of playing that buddy system, working together and hoping to find that trade at a minimum.
Oh, and at some point, you gotta imagine it seems as if they've realized pushing through, and Envy secures the triple kill on the round. Empire Gaming, despite what looked to be a hardship, they still stand strong, and it's partially due to Miz just being so aggressive with that operator, going up to B main and instantly finding the elimination. 6 rounds already, 1 more away from winning out on the half, and it's gonna be looking bad. Empire Vanguard, they still are yet to secure even a single round. The economy's it's all right for them. They do have that annihilation online, so that could possibly be able to find 1. but it's going to be difficult to get the Hunter's Fury to do the same.
Now, Empire Gaming has solidified at least a tied half. For Vanguard, you're hoping to get at least 3 rounds or 4 on the attacking side here. So we'll see if they can begin to inch back in as they look to trudge through the trenches once more. But they certainly have a bit of an uphill battle at the moment.
Empire Vanguard making some rotations. Miz in mid with the operator. Shear's going to be there if they really do need to back out. Owl Drone comes up and Miz forced to peek away, looking to possibly rotate back in. That's something that they've been constantly very good at, being in these aggressive angles, but rotations do get pulled. Not if that's spotting out the operator, just intuition. But Empire Vanguard's going to be going back on in for the B hit.
One more time, they begin to pressure forward here. Brady will be flash, drops in toward the site, has a little help here from KO's anticipating that pressure with the flash here, but all of a sudden we see Vanguard maybe a little bit unsure, wanting to rotate around. Caden's going to catch Miz on that rotation, and here's a big pick to open things up for Vanguard.
Being able to perceive that rotation was really, really good. But just walking into the firing squad. And Empire Gaming coming back online despite being in the 4v5. And that's all Sion left in a 1v4 once more. An absolute tragedy.
Well, Yoru tucked back here again. We see the penguin who's flipped the table. I love the additional scenery around the map here, from the squirrels to the teddy bears to that cute little worm with the top hat on the side. Unfortunately, Vanguard still struggling to find their first round on the board. They had that nice pick there at mid to look to open things up, but again, the economy now in a bit of trouble here. They do limp in with some rifles, maybe not the armor they were hoping for, but they've got 3 ultimates to work with as well, and they need to find a way to start putting some rounds on the board.
It's going to be tough. That's to say the least. Empire Gaming going to be going in aggressively towards mid, but forced to back off the contact. Now the Vanguard squad having a couple players over towards mid once more. Gate crash gets activated, looking to push that back. They do have that decoy. They have some flashes that they can bring into play. However, with how pushed back it is, it will be called out, I believe. And let's see if they do end up going for it.
Adapt or die!
Ooh, Miz finds one on the jump across. Dimby with the help, and now for the sky. The blades don't connect. It's Kaden, Yogi, and Sion to combine for 3. And now they've got that player advantage to work with. This could be that first round that they need, that single spark to ignite the spectral fire, but they are not out of the deep water just yet.
Yeah, this is where you got to make the chemical reaction. This is the best thing they've had just yet. Steel Garden comes into play, and there's Yogi finding the burst. The net's there, but it's Sion with a shorty to secure the first bit of action. And Empire Vanguard finally igniting that flame.
I can buy for you. What do you want?
Well, there they go. They've got that first round on the board. Can they begin to build off the back of it? It's going to cost them a ton of funds to buy back into this round as well. And so that economy still not in check yet. If Empire can find a way to take this round away, they most likely could put one more on the board and continue this onslaught there for them. So Empire Vanguard needing to find this turning point, needing to put rounds in bunches, and needing this one here as well.
Someone call Brazil, because we got 7-1 already on the board. And Empire Gaming, they're going to want to try and extend this lead. But so far, the Vanguard squad, they won that last round pretty convincingly. 2 players still alive towards the end there. But can they replicate it? I mean, certainly going to be a tough task to ask for. Already showing presence towards the B side, keeping some players over there. However, Dunksgano finding a double. Yogi's going to be able to shut him down, but still, we do see one on the A site. Still, rotations are pulled, and Empire Gaming already fortifying this A site.
Dunks has been a menace here tonight, and it continues to find these crazy headshots, lines them up, knocks them down. Yogi now on a 2v4, not an ideal situation here, as Vanguard still looking to battle back after a great performance, especially in that second half of Ascent, but they find themselves stumbling a little bit here. That spike still down over here as well, and maybe blocking themselves off from that.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, definitely seeming like Empire Vanguard's going to have a big problem ahead of them. Annihilation's here. They won't be able to get too much off of it. 19 seconds remaining, and seems like a save is just inevitable. Maybe a flank to try and get a consolation pick for one of the teams.
10 seconds left.
However, they're just having fun. You know, they throw the grab net on each other, having a good time, having a good laugh, possibly. And Empire Vanguard, they're going to have to deal with Brady right on the flank, but Chess Player still secures the kill. Bit of a consolation prize. However, the economy is way too good for that to really matter.
Way too good at the moment, but it's not just the economy, it's the skill as well. Dunks 15-4. Envy is 11-1 as well, and Miz is back on the op. He said, once you op, you can't stop, and he continues to drop the bodies on the other side for Empire. They've had some moments where they've had some close rounds, but not able to solidify those important rounds. So they find themselves still in trouble. The alt economy is in their favor, and I'd like to see at least one or two of these popped here in the next round or so.
Miz being able to call out a lot with that dart. They won't be able to connect the shots just yet, trying to find their way to the target. But the recon bolt goes and secures them to at least back up a little bit. Smokes do create off the dark cover. Empire Vanguard, they're gonna go and start working up mid. Not a lot to really have to deal with besides that Jet, who's been a thorn in their side the majority of this series. Miz has been a real talented player to go against. They will be able to spot the deadlock on the rotate, possibly this Omen as well. But Empire Vanguard, with how pushed up they are, they will be found out. And Brady, one, Ricky, a second, and five. Stop.
Yogi able to trade back to the wall, and now the no scope from Miz. He comes floating down from the sky, and it's Yogi who dies. What a beautiful shot there as well. Empire Vanguard, 2 left standing on the board again. It's Chess, Omen in this tough position. The classic jump peek, and Miz threading the needle. He says, I only need a pixel to take your life. It's Empire Vanguard now who is suffering continuously here on Ascent as now this hunt comes in as well. They are looking to chase down this Vise. It's Dunks to find the final one. Empire Gaming at 9 now.
Hot sauce, what is this game? We've seen 1v4 positions coming out left, right, and center in favor of Empire Gaming. And Empire Vanguard, I mean, same side of the coin, the 4th seed. We were talking about this a little bit off stream about how Empire Vanguard, probably that secondary roster in terms of Empire Gaming, with that gaming behind their name, you'd assume they're the main one. You said the opposite, but honestly, coming into this second map, I gotta say how convincing this is makes me think that Empire Gaming might be that main roster for this organization.
Well, they're up by 8 here in this one. Looking to close out this first half. Miz has been smoked off, and there's a lot of pressure coming in toward mid, but wisely going to let that drone go on by here. Now the smoke begins to dissipate. One still toward tiles, but the rest maybe beginning to cheat toward the A site.
On Miz, hit by the grab net, no tailwind in sight. Envy finds the kill. Sion's able to get the trade. Shutting down Envy is a good one, but right now Empire Gaming gonna be hit by that Annihilation as well, leaving them in the 3v4. This might be exactly the round you needed. There's going to be the Hunter's Fury trying to get rid of that Annihilation corpse, but it's just not gonna happen. Yogi secures the kill. 3v4 situation, and Empire Gaming on the back foot.
On the back foot, but certainly in the lead at the moment. Brady up top. Now the jump toward the box. Miz finds the snipe shot. The Hunter's Fury comes out and just barely misses here. Should be able to claim some damage onto at least one of these members. That was Miz, but with op in hand, it doesn't really matter. You've got the one-hitter quitter here, and now we're back to a 3v3.
Oh, Empire Gaming gonna be able to equalize, and hey, Ricky not even making an easy goal. One. No, they don't even find one.
Well, they said forget 10-2. We're looking for 11-1 here.
That is absurd.
Last round in the half.
Oh my god, they went into that as a 4v3 and lost. Empire Vanguard, that is absolute tragedy in the making, especially with the amount of ults they invested into that. Both the Hunter's Fury and the Annihilation brought into that round, both got taken down, and Empire Vanguard, the economy is going to be there to buy the rifles. However, it's just so tragic. And if this goes 11-1, this might just be over. I could have seen a 10-2, but 11-1 just feels too rough.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to say, hey, if they can do it, certainly we can too. You can never really count a team out, but it certainly does not an ideal situation to be in. Certainly don't envy Empire Vanguard at the moment. With that flash, they begin to pressure on towards site there as well. The intel comes in, will return. Envy finding Caden through the wall though, and now into the shorty, but it doesn't connect. Seon comes away with that one, but Ricky on the Odin has already done some big damage.
And that might just secure it. The amount of kills that came out. Obviously, Empire Vanguard able to get one with the ultimate coming in from the Yoru, but still, Ricky trying to connect onto one with the shock darts. Poking, prodding, making the damage, and the damage coming in from Envy. Test player finds a double somehow, but it's all just consolation. Just a trivial prize, and it won't matter in terms of the game because Empire Gaming have already not only secured double digits rounds on the half, but they've also now secured one away from match point.
Yeah, I mean, Empire Vanguard at this point absolutely has to win this pistol round. It's been Empire Gaming who continues to tranche all over them at the moment, and so you know, you feel like Empire Gaming will be able to find these next two rounds before Vanguard could put 11 more on the board, but you never really truly know. I mean, we talk about how a lot of these maps are, you know, one-sided, whether it be defense or offense. So I think that's why this pistol round could be a big deciding factor for them.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And Empire Gaming, they're going to want to try and get a decisive win before this double senti can come online. They don't even buy utility for this Vice. Oh, wait, no, they do. Or sorry, not the Vice. The Deadlock, setting up all their utility on the A site. They're really gambling on this if they are Empire Vanguard. But they do have 3 players over towards the B site. They're really setting up a trap. And this could possibly work out for them. This could pay off dividends.
Slow and methodical. They did a great job on attacking on Haven as well. They were a very patient squad looking for some of these early picks. You've got to check your corners though, because now we can see Deadlock and Yoru looking to play together. The blind comes in perfectly, but it's Ricky to find the first one, and now Miz, they combine for 2, and Ricky does get that trade back after Mazin finds Miz. So with that 4v2 player advantage, we can see that rotation coming from Spawn, but Ricky is on fire, and it's Empire Gaming who's looking unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think this might just do it. The double senti can be very oppressive, but if you don't know it well, double initiator is always the better play because it's just so much more of a common thing. You get so much more flexibility with it because of the utility. Double senti, yes, it works well on the defense if it's done right, but if you don't have previous, like a lot of experience running it or just general talent in those specific compositions and how you're supposed to play them, it doesn't work. And I think this is just what's seeing here, because I know, at least with my experience trying this composition on Ascent, like, yes, it can work, but it requires a lot of time and practice with team coordination.
Yeah, and Empire Gaming just appears to not be missing shots at all here on Ascent. It is very rare that we see him find a miss. The whole crew has continued to fire on all cylinders, and Empire Gaming just working like that cohesive unit that we love to see, really capitalizing on all the minor mistakes that Vanguard have displayed here in this second map. So if Empire Gaming can find a way to close it out, we will get that elusive map number 3, and we should maybe find a way to break into Pearl.
Pearl, a map that certainly we'd like to see tonight, because that's going to be one that really would be interesting for me, at least, because Empire Vanguard, they've tried running the double senti here. The double senti does somewhat work on Pearl. We've seen it a couple times at that high level pro play where you get that chamber and the Vice, or maybe the chamber and the Cypher, but it's certainly not something you are too familiar with if you are some of these teams. Vanguard, though, already going to be able to find the equalizer, make this a 4v4, try and convert the round, but just how many players are suffocating on this site is going to make it almost impossible.
Caden's already got a 3K here with the Stinger. Looking to close it out. Envy will be dropped down as well. And just like that, the domino effect comes in. Empire Vanguard will begin to inch back in. We thought that pistol round was going to be a must-win round, but they show that they can turn it around here in round 2. They scrap in with a buy, and now it's going to be Empire Gaming that potentially looking at an eco round here.
Yeah, buying up 2 sheriffs against the amount of rifles. I think you should probably just save all your money, because you got to realize, like, Empire Vanguard, they're going to be buying all rifles into this. They know that, like, this is a we make it or break it situation. There is no second chance after this. But we'll see. They are going to go in with 1 sheriff in their hands, trying to break the economy ASAP. But Dunks, you know, put in the corner, but no mollies for this. Ooh. That's not good.
Dunks and KO trying to work together here. Caden's going to find a pick onto Braden toward B garage side. With that, the smoke goes down. The orb will be collected. That spike begins to rotate over. Chess is going to find Miz at B as well. And so right now it's early picks from Vanguard on the defensive side that have set themselves up for success. They've got a lot of work to do, but as we had mentioned earlier, Empire Gaming not out of this deep water just yet.
Oh, that's an understatement. Empire Gaming. This is a very easily done thing. If you're the Vanguard squad, if you can make these rounds go your favor, Theon, though, going to be able to really clean it up. And that's not going to be for long, though. Dunks, you know, this is a player who, you've said it, I've said it, that's a good one to have in the clutch, but it's not going to be good enough. 3 rounds converted, and Empire Vanguard, they're inching their way back.
Yeah, now 2 rounds in a row here. On the defensive side, they'll find themselves a way to get a full buy, including the op in the hands of Sion. So maybe looking to give Empire Gaming a little taste of their own medicine here, but it will be a full buy round here for Empire Gaming and an opportunity for them to go ahead and close out map number 2.
Of course. I mean, Empire Gaming, they have been a strong force to be reckoned with in game 1. They were only able to convert, I believe, 9 rounds or so. This time, they are on the brink of concluding game 2 with a dominant 13-3. Can they make it happen here? I mean, with this being their buy round, I'd imagine it would be a winnable scenario for them to be able to do it, but this op definitely going to make it hard.
Well, Sion was spotted. Will wisely teleport away here as Dunks temporarily slowed, and that gives him time to get back into a safer position here. Right now, it does appear that Vanguard has 3 stacked on toward the A site. We see Empire Gaming just being a bit methodic here, still looking for that first pick to see if they can find that player advantage to work off of here. So things slow down here in some of these latter rounds.
Empire Gaming already put into this B main, looking to try and put presence here. We see the Cloudburst get activated. There's going to be the dart in response, but instantly broken, leading this defensive side of the Vanguard to not really have the information and start to second guess themselves. Sion still put on A, looking to just get this sightline controlled. And it will be for a decent bit. However, once this dart comes in, they're going to have to rotate out the angle. Not going to be able to connect onto him, but they are just going to be able to work in heaven. Possibly pulling out here, and let's see if they do it.
Have to be careful. Beautiful smokes from Gaming to allow them to pressure on and find the plant with ease. The switch will be dropped, and now it'll be a 5-on-5 for the retake. Sion still up in toward heaven here with that op, and now we can hear the alts beginning to rain down, and Ricky looking for something, but one's already dropped off. Ricky will find Yogi to kick things off. There's the drone, the drop from the op, and all of a sudden, Gaming, they find 3, make it a 4th. They'll close it out 13-3 in dominating fashion.
Now on map 1, we didn't see Empire Gaming too good at being able to hold the retakes out, but now when they're the ones being able to control the tempo, they certainly are the team to beat. A 13-3 masterclass performance, 11-1 on the half, barely conceding anything. And hot sauce, this map 3 going over the Pearl is going to be absolutely absurd.
I'm excited for it. Like I said, I haven't got to see a ton of Pearl this season in any of the leagues that I've been lucky or fortunate enough to cast. So Pearl is a map I genuinely do like. It's one of the only maps that we do see Harbor at sometimes as well. But I think that's going to be the interesting thing for me. Are we going to see some more of these map kind of comp metas, or are we going to go back to kind of those comfortability picks, maybe something a little closer to what was working in Haven as far as the Vanguard side?
Very true, very true. We look at these scoreboards and like,
Whew.
oh my gosh, Dunks, you said it, and it really did come into fruition. They were like 10-0 or something at the start, ending the game 18-8, having a little bit more impact in terms of the deaths, just being in more engagements is all you got to really say about that part. But just absolutely absurd from Empire Gaming. And even on the opposite side, Caden did put up a good performance. Sion as well with that operator towards the end there. Both players, certainly people you don't want to mess with on the battlefield. And yeah, I mean, really, Dunks, was my personal MVP for that map.
Yeah, I mean, Dunks was tearing up. I know Ricky was playing very well. Honestly, the whole crew was just filling their role nicely there. And we saw Dunks kind of locking down that A site. And I think it made it a little bit easier for the rest of the crew to do their job as well. I think in those first 3 rounds, like you mentioned, it was 10-0 just with the Bulldog alone. So Empire Gaming doing a great job of bouncing back, not allowing that first game on Haven to affect that mental fortitude. So we fought in the series all tied up 1-1, but they've got to get through Pearl here to see who advances next in that bracket. With that being said, though, we do need to take a quick moment to get these players loaded into the lobby, but don't go too far, because I can assure you don't want to miss this. We've got more Valorant action right after this.
I don't know the feeling of walking through these streets like they're mine. Trying to find a way to beginnings somewhere in a different life. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love and chains of
one last dance with these teams. The both empires have collided. And at this point, after a 13-3 domination, nobody can predict how this one's going to end. Hot Sauce, how we feeling after that crazy match?
The Empire strikes back. It was Vanguard in the first one, Gaming in the second one, and now it all comes down to this. I will say Empire Gaming's win was a bit more decisive than Vanguard's on Haven, but I'm certainly excited for Pearl. Again, it's a map that we don't see a ton of, so I'm just excited not only to see how both teams opt to tackle the map that is Pearl, but if we do see some composition changes here as well.
Yeah, this is a big one. This is going to be the decider. Who moves on to those lower bracket finals? A coveted prize awaits. And obviously the Luxe series, it is anyone's game to win. But Pearl, a crazy game ahead of us for sure. One of the more even maps in terms of that attacking and defensive side. A very closed mid, so you're going to want to really play with those very close range based agents. Maybe we see a Phoenix in play. Those curveballs can be an absolute nightmare to navigate against. And who knows? Maybe we get to see some triple duelists. That's been a little bit common in some leagues I've seen. When you're playing that Reyna, Yoru, Phoenix, it can be strong when it comes down to being able to really clear those close range angles with that Phoenix playing it like an initiator. It does sometimes provide that value that you do need. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get some crazy things, but more likely than not, it'll just be that single duelist and then run some of those more traditional agents.
Yeah, Yoro, I think, is great here. Great at traversing from site to site, whether it's defense or offense. Like we said, you potentially could see a Harbor or Chamber here, but that's if you're kind of willing to maybe take a bit of a gamble outside of that comfort zone. We do see a potential Fade coming in. Neon, another one of these that can traverse sites very quickly, making some of these rotations a little bit easier, because even though Pearl is a two-site map, as far as two sites go, it is one of the longer as far as rotation goes from A to B. It's a lot more distance between those two sites than some of these other sites. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, Astra's coming in on both sides, which is something that we really haven't seen a ton of. I'm a little torn on the Astra pick personally, but that's just because maybe I'm a little biased against Astra.
I think Astra's all right currently, especially in the map of Pearl. It's a little bit bigger than most, so being able to have that universal smoke certainly does give you a bit of an advantage over the rest. However, as you said, yeah, Astra is definitely not the most conventional pick in the meta. Honestly, would not be surprised if we get to see a little bit of some craziness occur when it comes to how that can be played out. Those sucks can be insane. The gravity well is such a strong utility right now, so who knows how that's going to go down. Obviously, the wall, it's an all right tool. I don't love it. I'd go as far to say it's probably a bottom 3 ultimate in Valorant right now. However, that is kind of the case with most controller ultimates. There's only a few of them, like the Viper's Pit, and that really do get the value you want. So definitely not the best tool, but it is still it's something you get, a little bit of an extra value.
Yeah, and it doesn't surprise me that in a lot of these maps we see very similar comps between the two teams. At the end of the day, they are both Empire squads kind of going through that same program over there. So I guess that portion doesn't surprise me. Envy back on the KO, though, who did have a phenomenal game on that KO. Dunks, though, off the Omen onto that Astra. So hopefully they can have the same success that they had in that second map, because they were on a tear. Combined with Ricky, they looked unstoppable in that first half. Does some of that confidence, does some of that momentum spill over here into Pearl, or will Vanguard find a way to lock it down and come out on top?
Yeah, Vanguard, they're really ditching that double senti. They dropped in game 1 instead, going for a double duelist. A little bit of that rank composition, pulling in a Neon to work it out. Certainly a decent comp to really throw into the mix, and we'll see whether or not it's going to find the value you want. But already, Empire Vanguard coming in off the start and ripping it off with a B hit.
Starting out here on the offensive side of things, beginning to pressure down past Metro here as well. Caden will send out the decoy and look to see if anybody bites at the moment. The spike was dropped down here, so maybe they were intending on rotating away this entire time, just looking to create a bit of a distraction. And it did bite over an early rotation from Empire Gaming, so almost 4 stacked toward the B side at the moment.
Yeah, leaving the rest of the Vanguard squad to just make their way over towards A, maintain control of main, not allow anyone to push up. And Empire Gaming, they didn't have any real plans of doing that, but another fake does come straight off the bat, making presence over towards A and then instantly going and dropping that. Vanguard, let's see if they can find anything over towards the B site.
Back and forth they go, just trying to keep Empire Gaming guessing here at the moment. Miz on that jump peak. Intel comes out, and now that pressure in toward the site. Shots ring out, and the Sheriff will find one. Caden, the first to fall, has been spotted as Envy will pick up on Sion. Ricky gets a piece of the pie. Yogi finds one, but Miz quick to trade it, and already Chess alone yet again.
Yeah, Empire Gaming getting pretty quickly dismantled, and they didn't really have a big offensive there when it came to taking control of the map, and the Empire Gaming squad just a little bit too quick to the punch, and Vanguard paid for it. So, after a pistol round goes in the favor of Empire Gaming, it's seeming as if they are still keeping the momentum from that previous game.
Momentum locked at the moment. Win round one, be able to buy here in round two. For Empire Vanguard, most likely going to be virtually that full eco on this side. So again, an opportunity here for Empire to begin to put a little space in between them. They were able to take that full buy round away on map number 2 as well. So looking to do something similar here yet again, but it is Empire Gaming starting off on the right foot.
A little bit of presence being showed. Sion's gonna be the first one to push. Dunsino, though, getting a double kill, swapping from the Omen over to the Astra. Definitely gonna be paying off dividends for them with how well they've been picking up this character already. Sion, though, taking the judge into their own hands, bringing in the speed, but the speed is not enough. 2v4, picking up the sheer wall, isolating Man's FPS against their will, and they won't be able to find anything off of it. Ooh, and possibly a pause incoming with Empire Gaming. Gonna take the round, but a pause for Vanguard.
Maybe a little bit of a technical issue there as well. We'll work on getting that all sorted out for you. But again, it's an early, great start here for Empire Gaming. And even in that second buy round there, I mean, they only lose a single member. So that was something that they did well in that game number 2. They were able to win those rounds with really taking minimal losses. They begin to build that economy, and it made it much smoother sailing as time went on for Empire Gaming. So it's going to be up to Empire Vanguard to try and slow that down a little bit here, and more specifically, especially on this third and full buy round for them.
Yeah, this is an important one. If you lose here, the tone certainly gets stent against you, because when you lose, go down 0-3, then your economy is still in the dumps. Make that 0-4, because we haven't really been seeing either of these teams 2-2-2 proficient on those thrifty rounds. We saw in the first series of tonight that some teams were able to really make their way with it. However, coming in to some of these previous maps, it has been a little bit lackluster when we saw those kind of just aggressive plays. Like, sometimes it would work, sure, if you were on a lower buy, but it wasn't really to the point where Stingers and Sheriffs were able to take down Vandals and Phantom.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just because both of these teams are really great at shooting. They have phenomenal crosshair placement, so when they happen to have that better weaponry, they tend to come out on top. But it wasn't quite the back and forth that we saw in game 1. Hopefully we can get some more of that action here in game number 2. Obviously, both of these teams want to close it out as quickly as possible. We love putting on an absolute cinema here for you as well. And certainly neither of these teams disappointing here tonight, because it has been a great showing thus far.
Yeah, both these teams certainly putting up a performance that you would want to keep watching, but we're going straight back into the action with Miz back on the operator. There's 3 Guardians in hand, and Empire Gaming with a pretty unconventional buy. I don't know. This could work out, but I just don't know yet because of the lack of flashes that Empire Vanguard has. This operator definitely can find the value hot sauce, but I genuinely think that these lack of just firepower on the gaming squad, it's gonna make this a little bit difficult.
The gamble there with that bonus round. And now Caden finding one through the smoke, but Miz has gathered an op, and he'll find that first pick back as well. So it is a 1-for-1 trade. Sion maybe considered backing off as they might opt to go ahead and leg it toward the B site. We see Vise over here alone. KO around that spawn sign for a bit of a faster rotation. But again, Vanguard still a little bit indecisive as exactly where they want to head.
Already though, Brady can take first contact. Shots go a little bit wild, and it will ring out. Gaming takes the lead, but they haven't been able to get it after that. This next round, it's going as it would be supposed to. The storyline not shaking too heavily. Vanguard squad going to be forced to play this defensive hold.
Flashbang.
Here comes the flash. A bit of a disconnect here as well. We might be heading back out after this, but Ricky finds one. Envy will help him. Caden, though, has a triple now, is on a tear as well. Doesn't have a ton of health to work with, tucked in behind the pillar. And if Miz could find this first one, might have an opportunity. The peak not coming in just yet, and now Miz is going to go on a hunt here. Really tough to do with the op in hand, especially up close and personal here. The peak, the swing, and doesn't connect, but he nails it with a sheriff. We'll recollect that up, and, you know, I mean, it was a close round. Empire couldn't quite get it. They'll hang on to the op, but it's a much needed round for Vanguard, and they are able to grab that one. So unfortunately, we are being haunted here a little bit by disconnects. I think that time it was Brady. Hope to get him back into the game here quickly and get you back into the action.
Yeah, I mean, that is so tragic. Possibly had something to do with how that last game was sent. If there's a bit of lag on one of these players' computers, who knows? Obviously, that's something that needs to get taken care of, because you can't let this guide your story. You can't get taken down all the way in the lower semifinals just due to a bit of lag. That's an absolute tragedy to go down this way, but we'll see whether or not they can get back in. Maybe they have a substitute to take in place, but I don't know. Definitely not a good position whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Brady, certainly a valuable asset to the squad. They had a 13-3 win in that previous map with Brady amongst the ranks there. So hopefully we can get him loaded back in here relatively quickly. It has been a great start for Empire, but we did see Vanguard win that important full buy round for them. They did lose 4 members, however, in that round. So Empire Gaming should be able to answer back with a full buy of their own. And this is, again, another really important round for both sides, because you take a look at the economy, and most likely whoever wins this round should go on to win the following one as well.
Definitely not a good position for the Empire Vanguard squad. 2 rifles in hand, 3 sheriffs. We'll see whether or not they can make anything magical happen here, but already Empire Gaming looking to possibly make some presence over towards A. There's the KO knife. Going to be able to call out some of the players, trying to get the wall bangs, and Caden's going to be the one to punch. Still, though, the Prowler calling out the second, but the wall bang coming through. Ricky on a triple. Gonna try and go for some more. Mon for the ace, but the ace is gonna be dismantled.
Ooh, Ricky was on a tear there. A nice little 3K to bring it back. So able to answer back. It was Miz who had the op, so the op does go down. They could potentially save it near the end of the round, but we do see Vanguard beginning to shift away from that A site momentarily, and now looks like they are going to potentially work their way back this direction.
Yeah, being able to repossess those rifles would be stellar if you're on the Empire Vanguard squad, because they came into this with some low rifling capacity, only having 2 in the chamber. Meanwhile, 3 sheriffs were there as well. Ooh, Empire Vanguard. They're going in for this. Let's see if they can make it happen, because realistically, with a low HP, that might not be an impossible task to win this round.
30 seconds left.
Recovering it.
Ten seconds left.
My bad. Absolutely was, but found that unmute button there. I was just saying that I was believing they were going to save here just because Astra only had 17 health. We saw all of that utility come into play there as well. And so because of that, only 25 seconds on the clock. It's hard to push in there blind, find that plant. And so I think it is a tough decision, but a wise decision to fall back and save those rifles they had.
Yeah, well, welcome back. That's on me, Loki, because I thought that was an issue on my end. And oh, that is tragic. Yeah, I saw you talk, and I was like, oh wait, am I messed up? And I was trying to like fix it on mine, and I was like, oh, can you hear me? Can I hear you? But yeah, we're coming right back into the action, and look at this Empire Gaming. They certainly have not they've proved that that last game was not a fluke, and they are really dominating against this Vanguard team. This is the absolute domination. And look at this. There's going to be the smokes down for both teams as well. The mid aggression that's being shown from Empire Gaming, it's going to pay out dividends. However, it's not going to be good enough to really take an advantage of. Miz gonna be able to play off of this owl drone. However, it's gonna be this ultimate coming in, able to tag out both players, but only one more remaining shot for the Hunter's Fury, not connecting anything. And Empire Gaming just gonna have to stay back in their defensive field.
I'll handle this.
The Dimensional Drift will come out, looking for some intel here, potentially to ping out the enemies to the frenemies here, if you will. But
I'm back.
Hayden not getting a ton of intel, so the flash comes out. They look to pressure forward. There's actually 2 tucked in here as well. He's got control of the A site, though, and now an opportunity for Vanguard. The pressure on, but it's Envy! The double kill coming in, and he's looking for more.
And Empire Gaming, seeming like this round is already in the books. That might be all she wrote, but Theon gonna be the differential. It's gonna be Yogi to be the one to find it, and they're gonna be the one to really take the advantage. Flashbang goes over the wall, not gonna be able to connect onto Yogi too far, but a couple shots go in, trying to make the precision, and it won't matter. Empire Gaming will be able to collect a triple kill on Envy and take the round.
4-1, looking a little bit like what we saw in that last game as well. So apparently it was Empire Gaming who maybe had stumbled a little bit on Haven, but they have found their stride on Ascent, and now they are looking to run away with it here on Pearl. A timeout coming in on the side of Vanguard as they look to talk a few things over once more. You take a look at that economy, and again, it's just in a rough spot, and they continue to force in here. We say, depending on the agent that you have, 1,800 is kind of that magic number that could ensure you buy that following round. We see a lot of players dipping below that, so if they aren't able to find a round win, all of a sudden that next round then becomes increasingly more difficult as well.
Yeah, for the last round, it really, I think it's 13 exactly if you want to get that 3,900 to be able to buy a full shield rifle on this specific round. I don't know it off the top of my head, not gonna lie. I only know after the pistol for what's needed, but definitely a situation where both rounds are going to matter. Empire Vanguard, they gotta win at least one. The next 2 rounds, you can't let them go up 6-1. That's an absolute tragedy. We saw last game that happened, and they weren't able to get the momentum back on their second half. So realistically, something's got to change. Empire Gaming, on the other hand, they're doing a great job. They're reading their opponents, and they're really just making all the right moves. And we see it happening again, this time with 3 players stacked over towards B, looking to create some value.
They certainly need that value, and they need it to start pumping here soon. But it's Miz with the knives. He finds a 2K. Ricky will get one as well, as Masson was eventually able to snuff out the flame that is Jet. But again, the damage is already done, and it's Gaming with that 2-player advantage once more.
Last player standing.
And make it 2, make it 1. 1 remaining player. And it's all up to Empire Vanguard to take anything. Maybe get Spike down. Try and get that extra bit of credits for your team. Maybe you just save. I don't know. The HP is not there. The player differential is definitely not there. And I mean, the time is, sure, you can work the map. You can find a kill, rotate over to the opposite site. But Empire Gaming, not going to let anything like that happen. Envy, who's been an absolute monster on the battlefield, especially during Pearl, is going to be able to close it out without any hesitation.
And again, I mean, we just see all of these members of Empire Gaming sitting positive, playing well, putting the numbers on the board. And with that, Dunks has the ult here as well. The ult economy a little bit better for Vanguard at the moment. So something that they could potentially utilize here in round number 7 to begin to bring things back, because I think that was the biggest issue. We started to see them maybe have some success once they swapped sides on Ascent, but it was too little too late. I mean, they were looking at an 11-1. They certainly can't find themselves down that much again here on Pearl.
Already Empire Gaming coming on back. They have that Cosmic Divide possibly to push into the site to isolate this Pike plant, but there is going to be those wires coming in that Steel is so desperate to get rid of, and already Nightfall gets activated. There's the pass lane as well, coming on in, trying to isolate their position onto the site, but Empire Vanguard, they're going to be crushed away. The HP is going to be starting to diminish, and Sion going to be the first one to take contact.
Shots will continue to ring out, but no real damage done just yet as the plant does go down here, and now a real opportunity for Vanguard, but this ult from Astra could make things a bit more difficult here. Miz dashing toward the site. Kaden Miz finds one, Brady another, and now Miz. Chess does find the trade, a triple in fact, and just like that, Vanguard turns it around on a dime.
That chess player doing it again. They did it on Haven. They're doing it here, and they're making these rounds count, and they're starting to convert. Empire Vanguard not gonna let this half go out of reach just yet, putting the economy back in a reasonable situation with that overdrive already on the board, possibly gonna be locked in here. They do have the white shields, so definitely an option you might want to go for. Miz with the operator gonna make it very difficult to find a ton of value. See whether or not they can get it done, but who knows.
Oh, and right into the face of Miz. He immediately eliminates the ult from Neon here, and already a great start to the round as Ricky Yogi both finding picks of their own. And now at mid, it's Dunks from behind. He'll find one more. It's a 4v2.
And look at this already going out of hand for Empire Vanguard. Despite those signs of life, Empire Gaming has started to crush all of them. And the spike not in reach, hidden in art. Gonna have to get some way of getting to it, needing to open this up, but honestly, Empire Vanguard might just be down for the count here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of confidence from Vanguard in map number 1. A lot of tactical crouching and some bullets being shot at bodies, but maybe the Valorant gods have struck them with some karma here in these last 2 maps. It's been all Empire Gaming this time, and Brady finding that pick on Damas, and his chess player who's all alone, who did find a triple kill in the previous round, needs a quadra and won't find one because Brady patiently waiting, lurking down here in the waters, finds that one with 11 health left. They'll find themselves back in the lead by 4 rounds.
Yeah, this deficit is certainly starting to extend. Empire Vanguard is gonna have to make some kind of change to how they've been picking up this map, because if you can't change it, it's gonna go really out of your hand. And if you let them get 10 rounds again, it's certainly gonna be rough. I think you could probably get 4-8, maybe 5-7 if you're really lucky, but the economy definitely not there. So I believe a 7th is all but inevitable here, and we'll see whether or not Empire Gaming will be able to make me right, or whether or not it just caster cursed this whole thing.
One player's caster curse is another player's caster blessing here, if you will. But yeah, I think Empire Gaming has done a great job of solidifying rounds that they should win when they have the better weaponry, when they're on these anti-eco rounds, when their opponents are on those eco rounds. So they've shown time and time again they've been able to win those important rounds. So we'll see if they can do something similar here, or if Empire Vanguard can maybe find a crack in this vault and begin to exploit it.
Already that operator though coming online in B, gonna be able to connect the flash, trying to go itsy bitsy spider, moving around, playing ring around the rosy, and Miz gonna be called out by the Haunt as well, marking them out, but nobody to capitalize on that mark. Instead, over towards the A site, one remaining player trying to hold it down, trying to be that final pillar of hope, defending this site, but Empire Gaming gonna not have anybody left after that shot. Chess player missing a couple, but they will be able to do it in the end. Phantom goes in their hands, and Empire Gaming gonna have to play the retake.
Chess player finding that first to Miz. Now Yogi with a shot here as well. And now Chess another triple kill. Chess is trying to be that glue to hold the squad together, and they'll get a much needed round here as they cut the lead in half once more.
And a thrifty round, securing it. Empire Gaming not out of the woods just yet, and they're still in the thick of it. Empire Gaming definitely not gonna have too much money remaining after that one. Still an operator for Miz, but everyone else gonna be down to their last couple credits.
Yeah, pinching pennies basically at this point. All those investments have gone out the window, but Miz will be back on that op. It's a full buy for both squads. The economy is certainly looking much better here for Empire Vanguard, though, and a real opportunity for them to work back into this half.
Ooh, let's see. Let's see, because this certainly could be good, but as of now, Empire Vanguard is going to be in a rough spot. Miz hits the op shot. Gonna be able to get the duelist down for Empire Vanguard. Only one remaining, but this deficit Gonna really put a lot of work into this drift, needing to get some type of value out of it.
Looking for the value. Chess spike down still here with a minute left to work with. It was gaming to find this early pick once more, and that has slowed down the presence from Vanguard here just a bit as they begin to inch up through mid. They've got to be careful of the pincer play that's potentially on the cards here as well.
Oh, Haunt comes in, gonna force Miz to get hit by that steel garden, and now the operator put offline, reduced to only a firearm, and Empire Vanguard pulling out the ultimates, trying to get in and down and dirty, pushing in. These connect, but it won't matter. Ricky's gonna be stemming any type of bleeding, being that guardian angel, but ends up gonna be able to bring it back. 3v3 situation, and it goes down. Triple kill for Bands, and they're gonna be able to take this player deficit and flip this game on its head.
3-2 at the moment. Empire Gaming looking to come up with a crazy clutch here as the numbers and the cards stacked against them here for this round. And dunks on the Guardian, finds a nice connection to Chess, who's been that juggernaut here as of lately. But from the side, it's Mans. He's got a 4K. The ace is denied. And now on a 1v1, it comes down to dunks.
Oh, and that's gonna do it. Another round converts, an Empire Vanguard securing for a good way of making this go back to a decent situation.
Yeah, I mean, four rounds is a great attacking side here. Anything extra is nice for the squad, but we see him now putting a couple rounds in a row after it was really Empire Gaming kind of controlling the pace of this game. So Empire finds themselves now at an economic disadvantage, and they'll look to limp into this round to ensure that they can buy in the following round. The alt economy slightly more favorable here for Empire Gaming at the moment.
Oh, let's see. This is definitely not the situation you want to be in if you are on this Empire Gaming squad. The economy started to crumble, and now they're reduced to a Blade Storm that really needs to go huge here. The A-main presence going to be unstable to deal with, but this Vice certainly in a position to really flip this script.
Oof. Back and forth we go once more. This time Ricky, the Deagle Demon on the Sheriff, finds a nice pick, and with that, we'll see the stampede begin to quicken toward the B side, up and close and personal, but it's Caden with a right click. He almost gets to Sion, sliding with a short. He finds another Yogi. Ricky back and forth as the Hunter's Fury is unleashed, and it's now a triple that leads us to a 1v1.
Oh, this is a very back and forth game, and we really are just gonna have to wait and see who's gonna be the one to do it. Nightfall online, but you're not gonna want to waste it in a 1v1 potentially with how this game is being played out. This in the last round could possibly be the deciding factor. 30 seconds, so you definitely got the time, but Yogi, you're not gonna risk it. You plant down the spike, drop the Nightfall, figure out no one CT. That leaves them with two options: main or Link. They're gonna bet on Link by the looks of it, moving back to main, and now Empire Gaming gonna have to be the ones against time.
I'm taken away, but a little time to work with nonetheless as Ricky begins to clear the back alley here, and now we'll begin to shift toward that main site. We can see Yogi tucked in toward the pillar here, though, and with that, Ricky does spot him for just a moment. The dart comes out here as well, and he might be able to get this at least halfway. The pressure running in. Does he find him? It's Yogi with a thread, and Vanguard right back in it.
And that's gonna make this game really just so competitive. 5-6, and Empire Gaming taking the lead, bringing this game, or they've taken the lead, but this is absolutely insane. This is 3 rounds in a row Vanguard has taken, and they've been absolutely dominant in these rounds. They were close at a couple times, but for the most part, they've been able to play the map and work it perfectly. Their reads are good, their games are good, everything about this has been amazing.
One more round here in the first half before we swap sides. We'll see if Vanguard can leave us with a tied half, or if Gaming will solidify that winning half here as the pressure once more mounts toward the B site. The spike, though, still lingering over toward that A site.
Ooh, Cosmic Divide up and ready. Gonna be baiting the entire team over to the B site. However, we look at the mini-map hot sauce. It is a complete A push. And so far, it seems like Empire Gaming is just realizing that now, where they are completely rotating over at this point. We see everyone getting over there.
Oh, they'll quicken the pace once more. That Neon looking to gain control of the back of the site here as well, and it's going to find a pick on the Envy. Miz, though, on the up, does find the trade. Yogi very close here with a Prowler. Steps into a firing squad and is immediately chopped down here. The pressure out, but Miz, Mazin, Dunks, all finding picks. His chest will get Dunks as well.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, coming on
Last player
in.
standing.
There's gonna be man's down, but chess player completely flipping this game on its head after being down. I believe it was 6-1, 5-1. They've completely flipped the game 4 rounds in a row, and that's all just Empire Vanguard right there, showing why they were that 4 seed coming into the playoffs.
Love to see Vanguard take a pistol round, though. I feel like that's something that has haunted them throughout this series. Empire Gaming taking the majority, if not all, of these pistol rounds here so far. So we'll see if that continues here as we get set for our second half here on Pearl. But all of a sudden, things got that much more interesting now that we find ourselves tied up yet again.
Oh, this is insane. I mean, this is absolutely absurd how this game has been going. It is 6-6 after 5-1. I mean, hot sauce. We see some of these players, 14 kills on this Jet for Empire Gaming. They've been a complete tear. Miz has been one of the players you really do have to give a big props to. And on the opposite side, Empire Vanguard. Everyone on this team is shooting at full capacity. This is not a game that you can really just like predict who's going to win. And I think like really, I'm going to say this goes into overtime because of how close.
Oh, we've been blessed with the best of 3. Maybe we can be blessed with some overtime as well. We'll never complain about any extra Valorant, as it's always a pleasure to be in the booth casting here alongside you, Cherry J. But we do see in the background rotating around toward the A site now, and with that, Vanguard seems to have called this as well. They've got 4 stacked in toward this site.
Oh, Yoki gonna be making some sound cues. However, Caden's gonna be making some louder ones. 3 people pushed up, 1 behind the box. I don't know if they've been called out yet, but Indy's gonna be able to find 1. Brady as well gonna be able to get another. And Empire Vanguard gonna keep on pushing back. They still do have 2 people on the A site. This prediction did not work it out on their favor, though. Empire Gaming gonna be able to work
30 seconds
so hard up this A site, putting in the heavy lifting. Man's gonna be able to get 1,
Last
finds a
player
double,
standing.
finally gets taken down, but the Vanguard squad reigns supreme.
Just like that, they find themselves back on top after being down for quite some time. Vanguard has found a way not only back into it, but now into the lead as well. And it's Empire Gaming who is beginning to feel the weight and the pressure here on the shoulders.
Oh, wow. This is I mean, at this point, I think that, like, if you're on this Empire Gaming squad, this is, like, one of the first times they've lost a pistol in a while. So, realistically, if you're playing on their team, you're going to be thinking, okay, we're just going to let them convert this round. However, that's not the case at all. They buy 3 sheriffs. They want to deal economic damage. And with this being the first player you're going to take the shots against, this Spade, they're not going to be a slouch either. They're going to want to try and fight this as much as possible.
Ooh, but they bait him in, and it was Neon waiting patiently to find this first pick on toward Miz. Now they try to take some pressure here toward the mid side. We can see Vanguard shifting toward the A site, though, and honestly, if I'm Empire Gaming, we'd look to maybe look pressure through mid and try to see if they can go around toward B Link, get a plant down on that B site and play that post plant position.
But look at this. It's Yogi taking position in water, looking to just find every extremity covered. And yes, with the Vice utility in B Link, it's going to be activated off of that Astra, and every single extremity is covered. You're gonna have to work towards this A site eventually, and that seems to be the case, but they're walking straight on into the Neon of Empire Vanguard. So Leon, somebody who's being so good. They're gonna want to get into this, but they will be having their presence
30
detected.
seconds left.
Knowledge has been gained. However, the plant's gonna be there. C's gonna be able to take them to the low HP, but oh my god, spraying straight on through. Unwavering confidence, and Sion takes the kill.
I mean, unfortunately for Empire Gaming, they've got to find a way to get a pick or 2. They pressured in there, but they had 3 or 4 just sitting in the smoke as the plant goes down. And so there's all of these Vanguard members around just spraying into that smoke. They find 2 or 3, and with that power 4, they've got a 2-point cushion now to work with as well.
Oh, that... That was so rough. We see this replay and just look at this damage. I mean, we're watching a complete masterclass of this Neon just being that site defender, the guardian of the A site, and a timeout gets taken to try and regroup.
Timeout coming in here from Ricky to talk over some strategies. You take a look at the economy, and it's not in an ideal situation here, but they will be able to find a relatively full buy for the most part. So really looking to try to win this round. That's going to be their full buy round. And honestly, if they don't win here, all of a sudden things could begin to slip away.
I mean, yeah, this is so rough. And Empire Vanguard, they have money too. We see an outlaw being bought. Like, this is a strong gun for rounds like this, especially when you can see that unless Ricky doesn't go with a Vandal or Phantom, they're not going to have the money for full shields. So this outlaw is going to be an absolute tear to deal with. And a thorn is to say the least. This is a nightmare if you are on the Empire Gaming squad. You just finished a complete domination of a round, or map number 2, sorry, 13-3, completely breaking it open. But Empire Vanguard, after they were down at the start of this map too, I guess it was overconfidence or something like that, but Empire Gaming is completely fallen down.
They have stumbled a bit here. We'll see if they can regain their footing. Once more pressuring toward the A site here. Has to be careful though. Sion does find the first. Ricky gets the trade here at a minimum as the spike goes down. He looks to hold the spawn, but it's Caden on a quick peek that leaves Miz weak and in a grave.
Oh, Caden peeking up next. Outlaw in hand, gonna be hit by the flash. Smokes go down. Gonna be Yogi to get the kill. And Empire Vanguard with a lower money coming into the round, lower weaponry coming into the round, lower everything, being unfavored. It seems like Empire Gaming might actually be able to make the comeback. Empire Vanguard, however, they were in a 4v2. They're looking to make it better. And now with Yoru coming straight on in from CT. Dunsino peeks out, secures one, waiting for the regen shield possibly to be popped. And they're going to get hit once more. Going straight on back. The timing not on your side, friend. And now you really got to hold. And despite the advantages, Empire Vanguard unable to keep this snowball moving.
That is a big clutch up there from Empire as they were just moments away from disaster on that one. Dunks able to lock it down. Dunks has been a very important part of this Empire Gaming squad. And with that, they find themselves only down by 1. But Vanguard has that economy to work with. They'll have the full buy, including the op in the hands of Caden. So a very difficult round in front of Empire Gaming.
Let's see whether or not they can keep it up for Empire Gaming. Obviously, the overdrive is going to be there. That's a good economic tool as well as just a weaponry that can make so much value because you're using just 8 ult points in replace of 2,900 credits. Caden finds the first, able to shut down Empire Gaming's KO. Somebody who's been so impactful. With NV off the board, it leaves Miz in the flanking to possibly get something, but the Caden getting a double kill, reaching into the palms of Miz, who had a stinger, that close range weapon. You'd assume he would get the value, but it just doesn't here.
Caden has been a menace on these snipes from the outlaw to the op. It just doesn't stop, and the shots continue to ring out through the smoke here as Gaming finds themselves down by 2 in this round. The spike's still down here, though, as they look to regather that and potential press toward B on the cards here, but with only 45 seconds, they're going to have to decide relatively soon.
Ooh, and we look over at the minimap, possibly going to end up towards that B site, but everyone's a little bit separated on that mid. Now, over on the side of Empire Vanguard, they're really covering all their bases. They got 1 guy towards the waterfall, 2 towards A site, and even a 1 making sure they got presence in A main in case it does become that location. Snipe goes a little bit wild. Caden's going to be falling down, but there's going to be Twitter getting the trade over from A main, getting the pinch, and Ricky falls too. 10 seconds on the board, and nothing remains with Empire Vanguard absolutely rolling it down on the A site.
Yeah, I think Empire Gaming just struggled a little bit too much at the end of that first half here, and now we're seeing that kind of spill over a bit into the second half. It was a lot of rounds in a row here for Vanguard, 6 to be exact there, before we saw Empire able to reel it back just a bit. Vanguard able to stop them immediately. And so again, we find both teams with a full buy, but the economy's still favoring Vanguard at the moment. Empire Gaming's going to have to find a way to win a couple rounds in a row if they want to begin to put a damper on that.
Now, Empire Gaming really just trying to brute force their way into the A site. Should be able to work with no Sentinel utility set up here. Only 2 players. There's the steal coming in. The Garden activated. Gonna force everyone off site, but Miz not happy with just that. Gonna go even more aggressive. Classic out, Classic dead. And now Miz gonna be a little bit too overzealous of their own with chess player taking the kill. Envy gonna be forced in the bad corner, but Theon with the ult overdrive active, and Envy gonna be able to spray and spray, but Envy trying to pick up a new rifle, not able to get the kill. Empire Gaming 25 shield with the regen, 8 HP, one shot the kill. But that in the corner takes him down, makes the noise, gets the seconds, and the clutch from Dunksino, 2 through the wall. And who needs a shot through the sight lines?
Dunks was absolutely crazy here. We do get to take another look at it again, but we saw some crazy, kind of wild shots here from the crew, and it really drew him out into the open. Envy ends up getting shot in the back here as well. But this is what's crazy from Dunks, is because he hears this defusal sound. This first shot, I think, wasn't intentional. Happens to catch chess player off guard, and then just does a great job clutching this up. Only 8 health to work with. He finds the triple and the clutch, and that may have just put Empire Gaming right back in it.
Empire Vanguard coming in off a hot couple of losses, 8-9, almost completely equalized. Recon gonna connect, but they know the darts not gonna be enough to take Caden off of their angle. This is an unwavering player who's constantly been showing just a complete and utter domination, so they need to get a flash in there just to confirm it.
The smoke will go down. Jet looks to dash toward the back of the site, but Chess finds him. Caden's back with the op, and he picks up on the dunk as well. He'll find the second one, and now the peek from Alley. It's Masson to find Brady. Any momentum that was gathered in that previous round has immediately been washed away here by Caden. The triple kill on the rest of the crew in round 18.
And Caden making it work with the operator, finding a triple kill, putting Empire Gaming in their place, putting them down to a low eco buy with a lot of sheriffs, a couple stingers as well. I mean, double digits reached. Empire Vanguard certainly seeming like they're showing their prowess with this team absolutely making their lower bracket run and completely dominating through the playoffs. Pearl going to be this map that we haven't seen either of these teams on, but definitely one that they're both familiar with because they're both putting up a great performance.
Fortunately for Gaming, they don't have a ton of funds to work with. It's a very scrappy buy for them.
Yeah,
jumping around.
Despite that economy, Miz still going to go in, Tailwind active, and they want to make some kind of play, but the low range, not going to matter. The Vandal still reigns supreme.
Nice pick from Dunks on the Sheriff, though. They get the plant down here at a minimum, and with that, they're still at a player disadvantage. They have the Astra ult to work with here as we see them trying to get set up for the post plant. They've spotted a Vandal to potentially pick up. Unfortunately, Caden is lurking with the op, and he makes sure it doesn't happen.
Oh, and Dunksino coming on in, trying to get the shots off, not going to be able to connect. Chess player finds one with the Outlaw. There's the Phantom coming in hot, but for Empire Vanguard takes the round, and Empire Gaming going to keep on falling offline.
Yeah, that might just make it tough to come back from here. They are going to have to pull that rabbit out of the hat that we like to talk about, because Vanguard now putting these rounds in bunches. They've built up that economy. They've got the ultimates to work with here as well. And they're just one away from match point. So all of the cards right now stacked in favor of Empire Vanguard. It's going to be up to Empire Gaming to see if they can throw a wrench in the mix.
Ooh, let's just wait and see, because honestly, Hot Sauce, one more round, getting up to match points, certainly would be a very favorable mission for that Vanguard squad, but you really can't count either team out just yet. If you get a 9th, it definitely becomes a lot more manageable. And yeah, I mean, I think either team still is in the running. The economy's going to be there for both teams, so we'll just have to wait and see how this round goes.
Has the blades out and ready to let fly. Smokes in the way for the time being. The recon dart looking for a bit of intel as we see Chess is tucked up top here and is patiently waiting. With that wall going down, though, it should allow this plant to come in with ease.
Oh, there's the Blaze Storm as well. Now with the Cosmic Divine going down, it's already really going to be up to Miz because everyone else is playing a little bit back towards that wall. Nightfall comes out, not going to be able to avoid that. Ricky finding the first. Empire Gaming looking to get something more, but Caden's going to be able to shut it down for at least a little bit. Miz going in aggressive, but not able to connect the knives just yet. Vanguard continuously popping off, and Yogi going to get the last kill. All up to the last player of Brady, but just not enough.
And unfortunately, the wall's in the way, so not going to be able to shoot through that. With that, Vanguard goes to match and series point already, and
Match point.
realistically should be able to find one of the next 4 rounds here, because again, you take a look at the economy. Empire Gaming will kind of scrape in from round to round. Envy has Guardian in hand, but they're going to have to pull out all the stops if they want to send this to overtime.
And Empire Gaming, it's definitely not impossible. They got a little bit of money saved up, but it's difficult. It really is difficult because the economy for Empire Vanguard, it's not going to fall down for at least 2 more rounds. So you have to get both of those, let alone the rest of the 4.
Early shots from Miz. The pressure coming toward the A site, but maybe opting to back off just a bit here. Looking to toy with some emotions and see if they can find this early pick. They've been struggling just a little bit here with it in some of these latter rounds. So hoping to address that situation here because, again, it's do or die at this point.
Oh, but it might just be due with Dunksino finding a double. Empire Gaming definitely on the front foot.
Now drone goes out looking for a bit of intel. Yogi has tucked up in toward A main. A potential pincer play coming in here as well as we see Yoro in toward the spawn. But with that pick from Brady, it really opens up the site.
Yeah, and after they open up the site, the plan is open up the plant. Getting it down, Caden trying to go for the shots. Able to connect him onto the head, and Ricky down for the count. Entering this phase of post-plant. Definitely going to be difficult. You got chess player with the operator possibly opting to save, and Caden down for the count, leading to a save being all but inevitable.
Well, Empire Gaming will get that important do or die round. They're going to need a few more if they want to extend this one into overtime here. So a great job, but Vanguard, as we had mentioned, has put quite a few rounds on the board in a row. So they've been able to build up that economy and most likely should be able to find that full buy in the following round.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite getting a 9th, it's still going to be difficult, but only 3 rounds. It's a difficult task, but it's certainly not impossible. We'll have to wait and see how they do approach it. Obviously, really was Dunksino, who was a very big key part in winning that round due to them finding a double kill. And there's actually going to be Empire Gaming calling a timeout. I think they may have thought it was a little bit too close for comfort or maybe something like that. And they just want to regroup, find everything they can possibly get before this game gets 1 round away from winning.
Yeah, wise timeout here. You know what I mean? You use it, you got it, you might as well use it. Talk over some strategies here of what you want to do for the next couple rounds and where you might want to send some of these members, things to look out for, especially Caden on this op, who also has that ult sitting at 20 and 15. Dunk's not too far behind, though. 19-15 with 9 assists as well.
Definitely not anything to scoff at. And Empire Gaming, 3 rounds away. No real crazy ultimates ahead of us. Ricky might be able to get that Hunter's Fury online along with the Seal Garden from Brady. However, those aren't really too crazy. On the opposite side, Caden with an operator might not go for that dimensional drift, but they definitely could if they want something to really scout out in a post-plant situation. We'll see, though, because it definitely could get good, but right now, it's all going to be in the hands of Empire Vanguard. Can they close it out? Can they enter that slower finals, make their way to the rematch against the team that knocked him down?
Yeah, honestly, I'd like to see Ricky give the spike to Brady. Let Brady get the ult point from the spike plan and let Ricky get the ult from the orb so they could use that Hunter's Fury post plant. But Caden, great positioning here and had an idea that they've shown a lot of presence toward A. They find this early pick, and now this round becomes exponentially tougher here for Empire Gaming.
Oh, and exponentially is a very light way to put it because it's already a 4v5 and they're already stuck on site. If you're this Jet, already down for the count. Yogi's going to be the first one to strike onto you, and now there's two players sitting up in wing. Going to have to deal with them both. The Kamikaze going to make it exponentially more difficult, and now Dion down. Empire Vanguard reign supreme and reign to the lower finals, making their way on up a 13-9 decisive victory.
And 13-9 was what it was on Haven as well. So two very close games. One game that was a little bit heavily one-sided in the favor of Empire Gaming, but Empire Vanguard shows that they're capable of weathering that storm, coming out the victors on the other side as they will progress forward. We'll tip our hats to give a big GG's to Empire Gaming on a job well done here, though, and a phenomenal run for them as well. But again, a big congratulations to Empire Vanguard as they pressure on here in the bracket. They've still got a tough team to get through, though, if they want to get back in toward that grand final.
A tough team is no way to put it. This is a impossible barricade that they're going to have to really pull off a miracle against. But after today, I think that miracle might just happen. But Hot Sauce, definitely a game worth noting.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, both teams put on an absolute cinema here for us tonight. You couldn't ask for a better series that goes all the way to the best of three, and Dunks 19-16 with 2 first bloods. But it was Caden on this Yoru that was a big difference maker. 21-15 with 6 first bloods is absolutely nutty, and a big difference maker here that allowed them to fight back and clinch the dub 13-9 as it goes all the way to a best of 3. And again, we congratulate Empire Vanguard on a job well done here tonight.
And we're going to go to a quick little break, but we will be back with an interview straight ahead in just a little bit. So, Hot Sauce audience, don't go anywhere because we'll be back in just a little bit.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. It's crazy. You could save me from my isolation. My too complicated. I stop this conversation. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. We got no relation. No relation. Night has come, it's crazy. Night is gone, you only die. And it goes like, wish you could save me. My
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're joining once more with our post-game interview. We got Leet straight on into the action, the CEO of our two teams in the Emperors. Anyway, Leet, I gotta ask, how does it feel to be a part of such a crazy organization that's made not in playoff runs?
I tell you what, I've watched every game these guys have played throughout the Lux series, and this game had me more nervous than anything else we've seen.
Now, and it was my understanding too that it was the B team that won here today, as opposed to the A team. But can I ask your thoughts going after game one and then after game two? Because we saw somewhat of a closer game one that favored the Vanguards. Game two is a little bit more of a blowout. So can you maybe walk us through what was going through your mind after game one and after game two?
Well, first off, game one, I was just on the edge of my seat every round. Great showing by both of them, exactly the way you want a Valorant game to play out. Game two, I don't know what happened. I know that wasn't a game that Vanguard's proud of, and I know that's not a typical game for them. So, Coach JJ is going to be hard on them for that, but they bounced back and showed us exactly why they're quote unquote the B team fighting. They hate it. They hate being called that. Um, I'd say we have two A teams. We don't really have a B team right now.
Yeah, that definitely is a great way to put it. So I want to get your thoughts. So after that game, we saw a lot of mirror compositions, especially on map one. Does that have anything to do with the coaching staff? Is there possibly some similarities behind the different philosophies between these teams, or is this like very different in terms of the ideologies that both teams go towards?
I'd say it's pretty different. Coach he thinks really outside of the box, but he's really structured with the guys on Vanguard roster. The gaming roster doesn't have a coaching staff. They're a group of friends who lean on one another and kind of, I don't want to say pug, but they come up with a lot of their stuff on the fly, and it's really interesting to see how they do it.
Now, did you have a chance to talk to both of these teams before heading in the match today? And if so, I mean, were there, basically what were you telling them? Because I guess I was assuming that maybe you're kind of helping out with that coaching role, but after hearing you talking, obviously the Vanguard squad has a coach. So was there anything that you said to the two teams today, or was there something that maybe you could pick out that might have been that deciding factor here for either one of these teams today?
I let them go about their business themselves. They have this rivalry that they've kind of created with one another within the server. Um, I'm sure you saw by some of the tactical crouching we saw on the broadcast. They, they're it's not bad blood, but it gets heated at times. It's kind of like having a little brother. So I didn't say anything to them, and I just let them play it out how they wanted to play.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed seeing all of that. So, Empire Vanguard, they got taken down by the Employed earlier on in that quarterfinal matchup. How you think that's going to go down? Is it going to be different? Same? We obviously saw Empire Gaming get destroyed by the Employed as well. So, is this a situation where the Empire Vanguard would be beating them for both teams, or how do you think that's going to go down?
I mean, Vanguard definitely represents the organization as a whole moving forward in the Lux series. So hopefully we can get the teams together and kind of learn from both losses and really come up with a game plan, because the Unemployed were high tier. They were really putting on a showing against both teams.
Well, at least you're going to be able to get that rematch. And honestly, it's been a lot of fun watching both teams throughout the day. I mean, we saw Dunks have some fun. Honestly, it was hard to pick a player from either side. We saw a couple aces. We saw a lot of quadra kills as well. So we certainly know that you've got to be very, very proud of them. But for Vanguard, they'll get that opportunity to go against the Employed again. Do you think that we'll see much change in strategies, or is it just kind of about knowing what they have to do and going out there and executing that game plan?
I think JJ's been game planning that since the loss. I'm sure we're going to see. I'm sure they're not going to be ready for what we're going to see.
Love it.
Yeah, and just to end us off, do you have any specific one to thank? Any sponsors, any coaches, anybody who helped you make these teams possibly? Or how do you, anybody you want to just give any like thank you to, maybe a dog, pet, anything like that?
Uh, really, just thanks to the teams for sticking it out with us, being in our Valorant program and being loyal to us as an org. We hope they're as proud as us of us as we are of them. We owe everything to them. It's all about them, not us.
Well, honestly, you guys put on one heck of a show for us today. I mean, we call it an absolute cinema because it really was some great Valorant. The fact that it went all the way to the best of 3, it was a ton of fun, not only to get to watch, but an honor to cast. So certainly a plethora of talent littered across both teams, and I'll definitely be keeping my eye out for you guys in the future as well.
Absolutely. I hope to be talking to you here soon.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, thank you so much, Leet, for coming on to the broadcast. Thank you to the audience. All of you make these streams possible and make this series be as entertaining as it is. The Lux definitely appreciates each and every one of you. Thank you, Hot Sauce, for coming onto the mic with us for tonight's broadcast. And thank you to my glorious king, Nick NCS, pushing the buttons, being the GOAT, my hero. And that's going to do it. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Peace.